wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, with that said, good morning or good afternoon. It's 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it looks like there are a lot of storms all around. Hey there, Elderberry and Travis. You uppy? Yeah, I'm you uppy. Yeah, it's Richard and Chloe. It's nice to see you all. Well, actually, I can't see you except in my mind's eye, but send me a mental picture.
Hi, I'm naked standing in front of my Christmas tree. Well, we took the Christmas tree, so it's just a picture of me naked.
No, please don't. How y'all doing? I got to put my glasses back on. I can't see the. Yes, I am doing as well as possible. I hope you are doing well. Hi, Joe. Hi, Joe. What do you know? Travis, the architect. I'm looking well. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't brush my hair later on this evening. It's kind of gotten a little out of. I found my other jacket finally, and I had this. See how long my hair is getting. Goodness gracious. It's all curled up around my neck here. Ow. I do brush it. I do wash it, but Lord have mercy. The longer it gets, it's like, well, and there's a part of me that just don't want to cut my hair. The four winds are helping. My weather has been light compared to north of 44. Yeah, I noticed there's a lot of snow. We just had some not bad weather go through here just about an hour and a half ago, but it was some heavy rain. And we had some heavy rain the other day that came through. It's that time of year when the fronts come through, drop a bunch of rain for a short period of time. Sometimes it's just rain, and sometimes it's thunder, wind, and lightning and stuff. And that's supposed to be still what's coming. There's a big mess of stuff west of us, and we're supposed to get it about between daylight and 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, or actually today. So I checked the radar just before I come on here. Hey, Chloe. Um, and a lot of at the moment, a lot of the heavier duty, show enough nasty weather is north of us. So that's okay with me. The river came up. It was at 5 feet. Now it's at 9 feet. There was 2.5 inches of rain in the rain gauge here the other day before this rain today. So so far this year we've had 2.5 inches of rain here at the house. I haven't checked the gauge, but I would guess we got the way it was raining, we probably got another 3/4 to an inch of rain at least, maybe more. So, but anyway, so in listening to all of the folks showing parts of snow in parts of the UK yesterday, still got flooding in a lot of places. Um, it is wintertime. Do you get a lot of snow over there, Richard? Or is it like average, or, the pond is filled out now? We can see how it's going to look when it fill the rest of the way. It's not filled up all of the way to the, has it gone over the spillway yet, Barry? Oh, by the way, for those of you who just, dying to know, uh, average snow over here over there. I know England, the UK is further north of us, on the tea time. That I need something that I can warm up stuff easily. And I don't like a microwave. I gave my microwave away. But who knows? I might have to get a microwave after all. Because there's a bunch of stuff that just like, here, heat this up. And I'm like, and the toaster oven is very inefficient. And that's all I have at the moment is a toaster oven. So, I mean, I got a stove, but as far as an oven goes, all I got's a toaster oven. UK has snow in different parts up north, like Scotland. Yeah, I bet you Scotland gets it a lot. I've always wanted to go to Scotland for some reason. I think I just want to wear a kilt. That's Scotland, right? But anyway, so in watching all of the, as a watchman, and you can look around on the internet and with topic shows and this and that, and I'm trying to keep up with UFO stuff and political stuff and that kind of thing. And at the end of some of these broadcasts, this is the end of humanity. It's the end of the human race. If this happens, that's the end for us. And blah blah blah. And if this happens, it's the end for us. If we, if the ETs were to, decide they want to kill us all, how would they do it? Well, they would probably do it with a pandemic. Well, why? Because a bunch of us would die, and like the 1917, 16, the pandemic that went through, the Spanish flu that killed so many people. It like wiped out people down here in the South. Their cemeteries popped up everywhere because they couldn't bury them fast enough. So they had to just set up little family plots. There are little family plots all over on the old maps. And, there are 5, 10, 15 people buried in this one plot. And there's a church 2 miles down the road, but they couldn't get them there. So, but anyway, on he showed a video. Let's see, what? Of the supposed aliens on letting the dam freeze and pack this winter will extend the piping spring. They attacked the airheads at the mall. Yeah, I saw that I don't know, it was at the mall or something. Looked like they were running across the street. And there are beings that can make themselves sort of translucent, and it was curious that it didn't seem like it was a hologram because of the way that things were moving and sort of bumping into each other. So I'm of the speculation that I personally think that it was highly likely that there was something there nosing around. Okay. That's my personal feeling. Do I know for certain? No, but I would be in the 75% plus range in that those were probably some being, because it was the way they ran off too. It was the way they moved. It was like, oh, holy shit, let's get out of here, kind of thing. It was almost like Scooby-Doo. But, like, well, anyway. So, and that's sort of part of the discussion I wanted to have. Now, somebody remind me before we get to the 20, because I'm ready. Okay. But so for this discussion for this morning, in watching that everybody seemed, I say everybody, a lot of folks, I mean, I listen to Paul Begley, and I listen to these people, and I listen to this person, and and everything is the Armageddon, and we're all going to die, and the human race is just Well, I decided, you know, it's like if it's the end of the human race, some of us are going to survive. They're not going to get us all. Whatever it is not going to get us all. There's going to be some of us stuck in a cave somewhere. The end of the human race is as they seem to know it. Now, I would say, okay, but look at the things that we've learned. You know, we have lasers now, not laser guns, as far as I know. Yep, humans always survive. And even in the strongest of circumstances, we always figure it out. Now, how many of us survive? Well, I don't know. Would it be a billion on planet wide? Would seven, you know, there's 7 billion of us now. So if 6 billion of us were to, you know, demise ourselves in some way, and there'd only be a billion left on the planet, that would be more widely dispersed. I mean, you know, I would think that the big cities would be the first ones to go. Pick one, you know, pick a big city or a couple of them, you know, like Tampa, St. Pete. Boom, you'd take out 2 million people, easy, you know. Now, with what? I don't know, you know, turn out the lights for a month, you know. Um, Pandemic or whatever, I don't know, but the idea is that, you know, just like with Tampa St. Pete, you could knock out 2 million people easy. Well, but look at Atlanta, you know, there's, you know, 6 7 million people live around Atlanta. What about New York City or Chicago or LA or, you know, or St. Louis, for example? um Miami, Jacksonville, you know. Jacksonville's not as near as important, but there are naval bases and stuff around Jacksonville. So I mean by thank you, 1212. Okie dokie. It's nice that we're back on my time and I can look at the clock and go, it's the same time. But so the destruction of the human race, you know, so by whom? By the elite, you know, because the story is that them folks want to destroy us. They want to destroy a bunch of us, but they still need a bunch of us to take care of the planet. I mean, so if the rich folks, whoever they are, who decide to live in a bunker for a little while the rest of us is scrambling, you know, those of us who are out in the country are going to survive a whole lot better than people in, you know, in big, giant, large communities like New York City and affected areas up there, you know, Boston and up. I mean, where are them folks going to get stuff? You know, New York City don't make enough food for the people in New York City. Everything is imported. Everything, you know. So that, you know, now they might be making stuff in New York City, like shoes or clothes or stuff, but the material has to be delivered. They don't make the material, you know. But so they might make shoes, but they don't make the leather, you know. Things have to be imported. So in this giant mess of stuff, you know, those folks are going to get hit first with whatever it is. Why? Simply because it's convenient. That's why. So if the aliens want to take over, there goes New York and there goes a couple of these major cities. Why? It's because it's convenient. All right. So now if you don't live in any of those big cities, your chances of survival goes up really good, you know. Now, so if they use some kind of weapon, like a bioweapon, there are some of us that are going to get it and some of us who ain't. So, for example, I got a type B blood, all right? And then there's some folks got type A. And then there's AB, I think. And then there's O, which is the most common. So what if, just speculating, what if the folks who are type O, because it's the most common, is the one that gets sick first? Why? Because it's convenient. Okay? That's why. Not for any other reason, but for those of us who have A or AB or B, you know, regardless of the R, plus, minus, whatever. But so that part of this is that, they want to take us out. All right. Now we could all argue as to why they want to take us out, right? Overpopulation. Well, I think somebody did some numbers, and it's like, the state of Texas is big enough to put everybody in, or something like that, but there'd be space left over, or whatever it was. But the idea is there is a lot of space that we're not using. There's a lot of technology, simple technology, that we're not using to produce food. Some of this stuff that we're doing, like some of the irrigation systems and things out west, are archaic at best and do not use our resources properly. So I think this is the beginning of the human race. Why? Because we are facing these things. Like I've been to Hoover Dam. I was on a jet ski when the water was up to the top of Hoover Dam, okay? And it was in 98 or 99. Had a ball, scooting around on the jet ski, rented it for 2 hours, me and my brother. Had a ball. There's a chain that goes across now that we sat on and looked at the inlet towers, and we were level with it. Water was going in the top of the inlet. Now it's like 150 feet below that, where all that white is, right? There was no white when we were there. There was a marina that is no longer there. It is literally dried up and on the shore. And we had fed fish there and bought stuff, and, anyway. So that was then, and this is now, 23 years later. In 23 years, the water came down 23 years, the water came down that far. Joe, if a woman is trying to give me blood, can I say, sorry, you're not my type? Yeah. You usually get it in a bag anyway, but the nurse who gives it to you, it might be that, having been in the hospital recently. Of course, they didn't have to give me blood, but all the other stuff they brought in was in plastic bags, and they jab it in your arm into a vein. Oh, them veins. Going to the hospital is all in vain. Never mind. That was a bad one. So anyway, we close to that 20. Close enough to get everything ready. So, but anyway, it's the destruction of mankind. Whether it be, I would say that the destruction of mankind is we're doing it, a lot of this, to ourselves. And you say, well, what about this? Well, because we're allowing it, not enough people, but we need jobs. Okay, so they go in and clear cut land, and take out all the big trees. Well, after all the big trees are gone, then what kind of job you got? But no, now if you do, I've talked about forestry before, and I'm practicing forestry here in my own place, 40 years in. And we've got pine borer beetles that are here now. I'm hoping for some floods this year, because the only thing that's going to stop these pine borer beetles is if we flood them out. They need to be underwater for a couple of days. and they would probably move out. And you know, it hasn't, my place hasn't flooded like it used to in a long time. And so there are pine borer beetles coming into the pine trees. And I mean, some of these pine trees are ancient. The one at the top of the driveway of the neighbors, that tree's got to be 150 years old, at least. I'm a favorite old timer. Dave still has some awesomeness to share. I'm trying. So, in part of this awesomeness as an old timer, you know, and I used to spout, oh my God, the sky has fallen, just like Chicken Little did. But I look at around it and I look, you know, and I say, well, if there's another pandemic type of thing, just the flu, there are going to be some people who are going to die. Because whatever their symptoms are, whatever's in their symptoms and in their body type or whatever, they're going to get the flu, they get a fever, and something happens and it gets them. It just gets them. I was sick here, you know, about a week and a half ago now. I thought I was going to die again, man. I was just like, oh, good Lord, please just take me. That was the week I didn't make it onto Robert's show. I missed the show, you know? So thank God made it through, feeling much better, you know? So, but do we go through periods, you know, when the cosmic rays are hitting us? Some of us are getting knocked down really hard. And boy, what a chore it is to get back up again. But I want to assure you all that the answer to what's going on is to learn how to get back up. Get down on the floor on your hands and knees and learn how to get up. I mean, just simply learn how to get up. That's what I'm learning again, is how to get up. My muscles have atrophied because I haven't been as active as I would. I'm still having back pain, but you know, you got to work through it, whatever it is. So I have been making them excuses too long this last few months, and got to get moving. So guess what, Barry, you still there? I saved up my money, and I had enough money at the end of the year. Now I owe hospital bills, and shame on me, I spent some money, $252 to be exact. And I had a brand new 3 horsepower gas motor delivered to my house for the boat that I purchased last year. So I want to go on adventures. And I got my trolling motors and everything and batteries, and all that has been good. But I have wanted a little outboard motor for this boat. Also, something that was small enough to go on my canoe. And so that I because everything has relied on me paddling. Now, I love to paddle, and I don't mind paddling with Duggar in the boat, but it's very difficult, and it limits me to where I can go. So, you know, after I bought this little, you know, bass hound boat thingy, it's really not very convenient. You can't paddle it. It's a pain in the butt. And y'all let me miss the 20. So I've been looking for something small enough that would go on my canoe and not be too heavy. Well, it arrived several days early, and it was supposed to be here tomorrow. It was supposed to be here on the 11th, and then they delivered it today. I'm not arguing. And it looks really nice. It really does. So for $252 delivered, brand new, I can't wait to go put it on one of my boats. And after checking the rivers today, my local river that was down so much that, it was all we could do when I put the boat in and checked it on my birthday. I couldn't get through. There were places I literally could not get through. The river was down so far that logs that are never seen were were seen. And I got through several places, but it was very difficult. And I don't know if I could have got through with the motorboat. Some places I could have, and other places I would have just had to, literally physically push over some of the logs like I had to. I got stuck on one place and it took me 30 minutes to get through this little log jam. Had to go under a log and through some. It was a mess. Do I believe in miracles? Yeah. Miracles come in all shapes and sizes. And sometimes they come and we don't see them. But I believe in miracles, absolutely. Now, there are times when sometimes people are praying for a miracle and they don't come. And it may not come the way you want it, Oh, I need a miracle. Well, there's been times where I've needed a miracle and I've had things happen that weren't necessarily a miracle, but they did help me out in the situation. And then there were times when I needed a miracle and the Spirit said, Hawkeye, you need to get your ass out of this situation on your own. You got yourself into this mess. You get yourself out of it. Now we can advise you, but as far as no, we ain't gonna help you. No, we ain't gonna help you. You got yourself into this. Now there have been times when I went to go do something, and something happened along the way, and say, okay, all right, now what? And they're like, well, we'll see if we got anybody in the neighborhood, We'll see if there's anything see if there's any angels nearby that might be able to swing by and drop a little, miracle dust on you or whatever. And sometimes that miracle dust is what you need. The miracle that you need sometimes is like an aha moment to get you out of a situation. I mean, just, oh God, it's hopeless. I remember the time when I was drowned on the river and the river was up. I'm coming up on another anniversary here in March. But, so it's like, I'm drowning. I don't know what to do. And then all of a sudden you reach and there's a limb above your head and you reach on and it's strong enough to hold you. Well, there's one miracle. There's a limb that's there to hold on to. Now you say, well, now what do I do? Now this truly happened. So I'm dangling from this limb, bobbing up and down in cold water, and I'm heavy laden and I'm trying to sink and drown. I've already been under the water twice and come up. I don't want to go for a third time, right? And the first time was very long. I was stuck. Something had a hold of my leg. I feel like I was dumped over. I absolutely feel like there were some nasty spirits that just flipped me over. So, but anyway, but I'm clinging to this limb, bobbing up and down in the water and trying to figure out what's next. What's next was in front of me, I could see because it was a full moon and my buddy was there with the canoe and he had a light shining on it, was this log sticking out. But what I had to do in order to get to that log, which was bobbing up and down in the water like this, I had to let go of the limb that was my security at the time that was keeping me from drowning in the water. So I said, I grabbed a hold of the canoe and I said, I got to let go. And he said, "What are you going to do?" And I said, I'm going down to that log because I was so heavy laden with water, I couldn't get into the canoe without tumping the canoe over. So I had to get to that log that was sticking up so I could stand up and get the water out of my body because I was wearing a jumpsuit and it was full of water. And so, and I was freezing to death and I couldn't hold on to this little limb for very much longer. So I had to let go. Faith, oh God. He said, "You can't let go. You'll go under." And I said, "I got to have faith. And if I go under, I'll come back up." And I said, "But we got to go for that log right there." And he said, "There's no way you're going to make it." And I said, "Yes, way, we're going to make it." And I said, I had gathered whatever I had and threw a paddle in the boat I was trying to cling to. And I said, "Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3." And I let go. He was like, "No, you can't." And off we went because it was a really swift current. And I was paddling with one arm and clinging to the canoe with the other and hoping to Jesus that we would hit this log that was about this big around sticking out of the river that was bobbing up and down like this because of the current. And I hit it and we hit it. We hit it, buddy. And I was like, I was shivering so bad because the hypothermia had already set in with me between the cold outside and the temperature of the water and the fact that I'd been in the water and under and everything anyway. So hypothermia is already set in. So I grab a hold of this log that's going up and down, and how I'm staying on this thing, honest to God, to this day, I don't know, but I was clinging on with one hand and it was going up and down in the river. It was not, it was stable in that it was big and long and in the river. But as far as did it ever hold still while I was clinging to it, the answer is no. It was like riding a bronco. It was like riding some kind of board in the surf. So I was clinging on to the high part that was sticking up out of the water and standing on it and riding it up and down and what I was trying to do was, and it came along with me, was I was trying not to lose my kayak. And so as I was holding on to I figured if I ever let go of the lead rope, it was gone. But all I wanted to do was get enough water out of it so that it would float on its own and we would drag it back. I wasn't trying to get back in the kayak. I gave that up. I was going to get in the canoe, but I was trying to save my kayak. And by simply uprighting it and getting enough water out of it to where it wouldn't sink again, where it would float. So that's when I found out there wasn't much flotation in the god dog thing. So this was years ago. Yeah, it's been about 10 years ago that this happened on the Ochlockonee River. And we took a moonlight canoe trip. And I was in my kayak and it got tumped over. And oh boy, what a mess. I lost about $1,000 worth of stuff. My camera, my phone, some other stuff. I lost a bunch of stuff that trip and almost lost my life. It was very bad. And so, and we were a pretty good ways upstream because we had paddled upstream from the 84 bridge out of Thomasville and had got to a point where was going to turn around, going to have a 420 and then float back down to the bridge under the moonlight and just have a pleasant night. It was a beautiful night, about 45 degrees. Only trouble was the water was about 45 degrees. Actually, it was colder. But getting out of the water, being soaking wet at 45 degrees, it don't take long, especially when the water had sucked so much of my body heat out. Yeah, I'm going to do it 20 just because I've been yakking. So Why am I telling this story? It's because of miracles. It was a miracle I got out and got out of the water to breathe again. That was miracle number one. Miracle number two was being able to reach up and grab that limb that was strong enough to hold me to get up out of the water and hold on to the canoe and to get orientated again, you know. And then miracle number three was not only seeing that log jumping up and down, it was a good ways down the river from us, but I had to hit it, had to get there, and it had to be strong enough to hold on for me to ride like I did and get in the canoe. And then miracle number four, are we up to four? To ride the thing. I mean, I can remember bouncing up and down and holding on to the thing. And it was like, if it was any other time and I wasn't freezing to death, it would have been fun. I was riding up and down like, yeehaw, you know, in the water, because you couldn't tell how it was going to bounce. It had sort of a rhythm to it, but you still had to cling to it. I had divine intervention on twice of the near drownings. You know, so the miracle of being able to ride this log long enough to get in, you know, to get into the canoe. And then, of course, that entails being able to get in the canoe while riding the log kind of thing. That's sort of, you know, a mixed miracle right there. But then I was shivering so bad trying to get back to where the truck was that I'm, you know, hey, Steve, how are you? That I was in full-blown hypothermia. Teeth chattering, couldn't hold. And so all I could do was hold on to my double paddle. And I was paddle one, and paddle one, and paddle one, and stay warm and stay warm. And, you know, it was almost an hour to get back to the bridge after I finally got back into the canoe. And being soaking wet, and the temperature was going down. It was now in the upper 30s. And so hypothermia is no fun, let me tell you. But made it back to the truck because I'm still alive, and made it through the hypothermia, which took a while for me to, you know, finally warm up. But those emergency blankets are the bomb. Wrap yourself in one of those or some plastic, okay? Those emergency blankets have gone up from $1. They're like $5 now. So, but there were several miracles in the drowning that night in March on that full moon about 10 years ago. So it hasn't been that long ago, but, you know, 10 years now I look back and 10 years is like, you know, that was 10 years. Yeah, Dave, it was. But anyway, so many of the things that I have done, like, you know, Richard, you say you've had a couple of near-death experience. One was in a swimming pool when I was a kid, about 6. Another was 21 and a bit drunk and thought jumping into a weir was a great idea. Sometimes we have the dumbest thoughts, you know, especially when we're intoxicated. You know, I have been there, done that. Hey, let's all jump in, you know, maybe not, you know. Some of us, you know, don't have a problem, but other people did. You know, I'm thinking, you know, in Tampa, there probably still are sinkholes around where I grew up. And we knew the neighborhood really well. And there was a couple of sinkholes that was in behind a business that was part of a vacant lot because they couldn't really do anything with it, but there were houses around it, and nobody knew that there was this sinkhole there except us kids in the neighborhood. And of course, we'd go swimming there, you know, and we'd crawl up at the top of a big old tree, and, you know, it was 10 foot easy to the water from the bank. Okay. So, but there was stuff and roots and things, and, around the edges. So, but it was a clear shot if you climbed up the tree a little ways and jumped in from there. Oh boy, man, it was a ball. But people who weren't used to swimming in a sinkhole would freak out, you know. And we'd like been there dozens of times, In the summertime, we lived at the sinkhole, We're going to go bike riding. Well, be back by 4. Okay, and we'd be gone for the afternoon swimming. But a lot of folks didn't know that. That was good, clean water. It wasn't nothing rancid. Most of these were covered with duckweed. So there'd be somebody, if you jumped in, then you pushed the duckweed out because it would close back in. So you pushed the duckweed away so there was a clear spot for the next person to jump in. And so you got out and then climbed up the tree. And so they jumped in, and it was their duty to keep the duckweed away for the next person to jump in. Well, we had dove down and we knew where the stumps were. So don't jump over here, which was hard to do anyway, but don't jump over here and don't jump way over out there, even though it's deeper, there was something sticking up. And so, but somebody who'd never been there, you're going to climb up the tree and jump in. Yeah. It's just duckweed on top, but anyway, I'm still very, very cautious of water. Yeah, me too. It terrified me. Even thinking about it still does. Yeah, but you know what, Richard? And trust me, I understand where you're coming from. But I can't stay away from the water. I just can't. And having almost drowned, I have been, my counts of hypothermia are in the like about 10 times. I've been at least minor hypothermia, several of them full blown hypothermia where it takes you hours to warm up. Should have went to the hospital kind of thing, and as far as I know, I didn't have any ill effects from it, but not only drowning, but freezing and, and some of these things. So for me, it's been, you got to conquer that fear. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to go jump off a waterfall, even though I've done it on the Broad River in northeast Georgia, where on the Broad River near where the Georgia Guidestones used to be. And kayaking down the river with a bunch of friends, a bunch of people on the river. It's Broad River, up around Athens. And, so a lot of folks there in the summertime, and got to a place where you looked down the river and you couldn't see the river anymore. It was just the horizon. There were trees. And as you got closer, you found out that it actually is a waterfall that's about 20 feet at least. It was 2 kayaks. One guy's got a kayak up here and somebody else has got one. It's at least 2 kayak lengths and a little more. And literally, folks were in their I did it twice. I pulled a kayak back up there and did it again. It was so much fun. But you come off of this thing and you just sail in, and there's a big pool underneath, and it's like, so I have been off a waterfall twice when I climbed back up it, and I would have climbed back up again, but I was tired. But it was a blast, and everybody was doing it, taking turns. And if somebody, were to have hit the water wrong or whatever, there were folks that were going to be there to help you out. But yes, I have gone up a waterfall twice, but only one waterfall. I haven't been off any others other than that one on the Broad River. My father would hold my head underwater while yelling at me for something I did wrong. Oh, crap. That's a hard one to get over. But when I was younger, they made me go to a swimming class. and it was all about putting your head underwater. And I remember them coming by and pushing my head underwater, and you had to learn how to do, turn your neck and how to do the, I remember that part, and I wouldn't get in the water for a long time. And so I have gone through, I had to teach myself how to swim in a lake, out past the barrier, you know, because there was a big tower out past the swimming spot. It wasn't included, and it was only in about 15 foot of water, but it was still pretty deep. But climbed up one lake, Lake Ellen, and another lake I can't remember the name of, but they were close by. They're in North Tampa-ish area. Um, and one of them had 3 stories and the other one had 4 stories. They was big. And so you climb up the tower and pick whatever floor you wanted to jump off of or dive off of. And one of them had, we called it a slide for life, but it was a thingy on a cable. And so you pulled it up to the bottom of the 4th floor, maybe it was the 3rd, I can't remember which one it was, and put it on the cable and lifted your legs and down you'd go, and somewhere along the line you'd let go, or if you went to the end of the cable you hit the water. So but anyway, it was fun. But to learn, I couldn't swim well enough to go out there and go down the thing, right? Because I was such a poor swimmer because of my leg. And also I was scared. I was scared of the water. So what I did, I practiced in the water that I would bob up and down, right? So I would bob up and down and I'd get to where it was just over my head and I could push off and I could come up and get get some air and go back down. And so I'd kind of bob up and down there, and then I'd come up and get some air, and then I'd go out just a little bit deeper. And then because now the water's this high over my head, and I'd bob up and I'd get some air, and I'd get to the point where I couldn't touch the air from, so now I know I'm in 8 foot of water at least, right? And bobbing up and down, and then I push off and I swim back because it's only a couple of feet now back to where I can bob up and down for air. So I did that for one whole summer to learn how to swim on my own. So I'd go out deep enough and I'd swim up and down the length of the thing, the flotation in the rope device that marked where the swimmers were supposed to be. And so, but in that one summer, I taught myself how to swim, and especially how not to be scared. Now, there is still a part of me, do not get me wrong, there is still a part of me that is afraid of the water. But I have learned that no, I know how to swim. I know that, I was loaded down that night. We did the full moon thing. It was weird that the kayak got tipped over. Okay. That was not a miracle. That was something weird. But the fact that I get out of it and survived it, etc., that's all good stuff. But it's all because of things that I knew and learned and have faith and trust in, right? Had some really good luck hitting that log that was going up and down. I'm here to tell you, if I could film it and make a movie of it, you'd go, you did that? Yeah, you believe it or not, you did that. Yep. At nighttime. Yep. In the middle, and the water was sort of at a flood stage, right? Yep. And you rode that log up and down. Yep. You did that? Yeah. But it's still, Joe, not Job, what you call it would tell me, he'd say, I can't believe you did that. He said, I watched you. And he said, I still can't believe you did it. So, but anyway, that's still a miracle in my head and how I wrote it and all that. But anyway, so I think all things are possible, you know, especially if you, believe and you got perseverance. I would tell you that if somebody else had been in that situation, they would have drowned. Okay. But because I'm a cantankerous, now I'm old, but 10 years ago, I was just starting to get old, but, cantankerous old cuss who just refuses to give up, and it's like, there are times when you can say, okay, I'm going to sit on the bank or I'm going to take a rest. Well, but then there are times when you got to stay in the water, or you got to keep swimming, or you got to keep pretending you're swimming. You got to keep going. Where I know some other folks who would have just given up. It would have been too much. And for me, no, no, they no giving up. There's keep paddling, keep, pushing with the arms, keep kicking with your legs, keep trying to survive. And life is just like that. And so in this idea that everything is coming to an end, I've been too many times where it was almost the end of me, but I didn't give up. So people crowing and moaning that life, the life is, we know it is coming to an end and the human race is over with. I just don't believe that. But I absolutely believe that the human race, quote, as we know it, is changing, has changed. In these last 2 years after the first lockdown, we look back, we as a society have changed drastically. There are folks who can't wait to get another one of them things. And there are people like me who have not had any kind of flu shots for years because of my allergy to it, have not been affected at all. So it's like luck, or is it that we have our own immunities to certain things? They'll probably flag this video because, they took down another one of my videos. Oh, we didn't think you were trying to do anything wrong, so we're not going to strike your channel, but we took another video down of yours. And, there's this one spot where you say something right here. I can't watch it because they took it down. So I don't know what I said, but they marked it with a timestamp. And right in here is where you said something and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. So, but anyway, so y'all get your shots if you need them. Thank you, Chloe. I'm just, y'all have been around. I don't say much about it, but I will say that personally, I've not had to have, I am allergic to flu shots. It's in my medical records. But I haven't had the flu since I've not had the flu shot. Coincidence? It's up to you. But I still can't take the shots because I'm still allergic to them. All right. So one way or the other, I have to take my chances. But for the last almost 20 years, that's the way it's been for me. So anyway, it's at the 54-minute mark, YouTube. My remarks about my vaccination, my flu shots is at the 54-minute mark. Why not just, if they know where it is and can put a marker on it, then why don't they just erase what I said versus take down the whole video? You know, I mean, what? Hey, Barry, my biome is toxic to the mosquito. You got to go, Joe? Well, Joe, hope you do well. And, you know, if there's any, you're allergic to it as well. Hey, Steve? It's a dying platform. So many channels gone and going. That is so true. And this year, I've got to learn how to use Rumble and other things. I'm still having issues with this computer, and I'm going to have to just suck it. Bye, Joe. I'm going to have to suck it up and delete everything on it and start over. But by doing so, there are a few things that I'm going to lose. But if I buy a new computer, there are some things I'm not going to be able to transfer anyway. So I kind of sort of lose it. So, but anyway, we'll see. I maybe should have spent the money that I bought my outboard motor with on a computer. But that's another story. The computer is another story. I'll have to save up for that one. But I had already saved up a year for this outboard, and I had it. I had enough money for it that was on sale. They delivered it to the neighbors up there at the top of the hill. And I'm ready to go putzing in my little 10.4 bass hound. So there you go. But I as an older person, and I need to get back out into nature and so forth. My consideration of some of these things has been that, you know, I love to kayak, I love to canoe, but at the same time, I'm getting old and it's harder for me to paddle. Especially, I could leave Duggar home, but it would just be a sin. You know, Duggar's got to go with me. And so I really want to, you know, do some nature photography and videotaping and maybe live stream out on the river or someplace, but I can't do it in the kayak. I just can't do it. And so by having this little short 10 by this bass hound is only as long as my kayak. So it's not a big platform, but I can put a camera on it and it be stable. And Duggar can walk around and, you know, so, and I can fish from it where I cannot fish from the kayak. So there are many things that are good about this little thing. And so I'm really anxious to get on some of the rivers down here and do some videotaping and do a little fishing too, you know, just to see what's there. Because, you know, I want to talk about how the Ochlockonee River is dying, and I want to do sort of an expose. And, but trying to do videotaping or any kind of, you know, video from the kayak is just not working. So, and with the boat motor, I can be able to get to places like go upstream, you know. I can spend 20 minutes with the boat motor and go upstream and take 2 hours to float back down and videotape it, you know. So but those kinds of things, you know. Are you on the flavored tea? I love certain flavored teas. Uh, a, an acquaintance, not necessarily a friend, but an acquaintance of mine who used to work and run a Chinese restaurant in Moultrie, used to get green tea from China sent by their parents, relatives, or whatever in China. So this green tea, just stuffed in a big bag, was she got a 5-pound bag in the mail like once every 2 weeks. And so she had some in a plastic bag. And she goes, "Oh, here, Mr. Dave, you have green tea." And I was like, "Well, okay. So how do I make this?" Because I was used to tea bags. And she was like, "Oh, you take some and put it in thing." And she had a little thing. And I was like, "Oh, I it's a little screen thing that you take and oh, I got one of those. Oh, never, if you see bubbles and water begin to boil, that's hot enough. Do not let the water boil. And then put, and seep it in there and you do it. And only one of these is for two cups. So use 2 cups of water, no more. And she gave me all these instructions, but by doing it her way, the quote Chinese way, it wasn't a tea ceremony, but it was definitely different than I'd been taught how to make tea. So you never, ever let the water boil. Never, ever. As it starts to boil, when you see little bubbles forming, that's how you know it's hot enough. Turn off the water and let it sit for a minute because it's still really hot. You want it to be about 160 to 175 degrees and let the tea steep. You don't want to, because if you boil it, you will literally blanch the tea and it will taste entirely different. So, that's like sun tea. Sun tea's got to get hot enough where I've seen some where they didn't get the sun was too cloudy that day and they put a picture out and ooh, my sun tea, and it's like, yeah, it was really weak. It was almost like drinking water. But to the point though, making sun tea, if it's done correctly, it should get to at least 140 degrees in order for the tea to seep well into the water. So, but anyway, and most teas are like that. Even if you're making, teas with other things, you never bring the water to a boil unless you're trying to boil oils out of something. Then you bring it to a full boil if you're trying to remove something from something. So if you're trying to get oil out of a leaf, then boil the snot out of it, and because you want it hot. But if you're trying to make tea, 160 to 180 degrees, you never want to go over 180 degrees. That's what everybody has told me about. And that's the way I started doing my teas. So with tea bags or whatever, as soon as I'd see bubbles coming up, I'd turn it off, and as soon as you'd see the bubbles drop back down, and just wait a minute, be patient, and then toss your tea bags in and let them see, I'm just looking and have to say hello. Hi, X, how you doing? So we're talking about tea right at the moment. But to go back to this, that we're all going to die on the human race thing. Oh, it's been 1 hour. Um, I just don't believe it. Now, between the ETs, want some of them who want to get rid of a bunch of us, and I do think that a bunch of us are useless eaters. Okay, absolutely. I know some of them. All right. And I mean, they have to have somebody to push them around. Oh, they have to have a cart. And they're younger than me. But, they have lost the will to do anything on their own. Big hugs. It's great to see everybody. Thank God I had to wake up to go pee so I can catch you stream. Yeah, that sounded great. Thank you. I had to take a pee before I started, so I get it. It's raining here. As soon as I went outside on the steps, water hit me and I had to pee immediately. Um, yeah, absolutely. Thank you, X, for stopping in. And if you just woke up to pee, then you'll probably go back to sleep. I can put you to sleep. I can put you to sleep. Oh, and speaking sort of that video I did about hypnotizing, since I did that video, I was using a mantra myself to cut down on my cigarettes. I closed my eyes, and during my demonstration of it, I have literally cut down on my cigarette smoking since I did that video. It took where it takes me normally 2 days to smoke a pack of cigarettes. It took me almost 4 days to smoke a pack of cigarettes. And I was like, what? But that's great. I'm not bitching. But so I in utilizing the subconscious in my demonstration of self-hypnosis, I actually the other day I told my buddy Rob, I said, I've cut back on my smoking. I had cut down and I was stuck on the 10 cigarettes a day thing and I count them in the pack and all that kind of stuff. But then I noticed I was like, well, I only smoked 3 cigarettes yesterday. Wow, good for me. Good on you, buddy. And so it is like, and then the next day out of the same pack, I was like, well, I smoked 4, that's 7. Well, but I normally smoke 10 in one day, and it took me 2 days to smoke 7. So I'm really happy about this mess, right? But I can attribute it to the live stream I did on self-hypnosis. So I'm here to tell you, since I did the video, my cigarettes have been cut almost in half. So from 10 cigarettes, I'm down to 5-ish. So does self-hypnosis work? It did, surprisingly to myself, because I was just, as I was doing it, I was like, I wonder if this is really going to have any benefit to me. I'm sitting here telling people about how self-hypnosis works and how it can work for you. And but at the same time, my brain is going, but is this really going to freaking work, Dave? We've tried stuff over the years. Is this really going to work? Now, as I'm talking, this is going through my head, right, during that video. And so I was like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do a mantra. I'm going to go ahead and do the full-fledged self-hypnosis, exactly what I would do. I closed my eyes. I went through the thing. And so I'm telling you that the consequences are, since that video, I have cut down. Does it work? I'm like, yes, and even at my old age, I'm like, wow. So did it surprise me? Has it surprised me? The answer is yeah. In that, oh my God, I remember doing stuff falling out of the ceiling. Don't have a fireplace or anything. Oh, yeah, I don't have a fireplace, but I got that wonderful heater back there. And I got my wood covered over with a tarp in the yard. And Rob helped me bring in some of what I cut off of that oak tree out there. I'm down to the point where there's not a whole lot more to cut off of that tree. So I got to find some more downed wood that's oak. But anyway, so does the self-hypnosis works? Absolutely. It really does. Now, see, I didn't put since I sort of doubted it in my mind as I was doing, is this really going to work for you, Dave? I don't know. Let's go for it. So, and I haven't used it myself, which is kind of interesting. But I think I've convinced myself. I'm 71 years old, and yes, I have heart issues, but damn it, I like to smoke a cigarette once in a while, you know? And why can't I? Damn it, if something's gonna kill me, it'll be this or blah 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 blah. Well, I've gone for days without smoking and felt like I was gonna die. So was it just cigarettes that got me there? Well, it could have been something else. But anyway, but the idea, we got 9 minutes till another 20, and I might have. I'm running out of drink. These medicines that I take give me cotton mouth. And then if I smoke a little bit of something, that might help me to get cotton mouth even worse. But oh Lordy, but most of it is all this heart medicine I'm taking. But anyway, so back to the dying thing. So if the economy goes digital, we're all going to die. So, when the banks reset, we're all going to die. Okay. When the money's going to get hard and it's going to get tough, we're all going to die. If you don't have, so many months of supplies, we're all going to die. If the lights go out and there's no electricity and the EMP, we're all going to die. We got there's some blizzard weather in the United States right now. But it's January, okay? It's winter time. We're supposed to have cold weather and snow, all right? Is it as bad as other winters? I remember some winters, when the winter we moved in 1959, I think, when we moved to Florida, but there were drifts from my second story window bedroom to lift up the window. The snow was drifted between the two apartment houses thingies there in Dayton, Ohio. And the snow was right up to the windowsill, second story. And there was snow everywhere. I remember walking through the snow going to school as a as a just turned 7, 6, 7. Yeah, just turned 7. Anyway, so, when that was in 1959, I remember snow everywhere, up in Ohio. And I mean, for days, I don't mean just snow a little, for a couple of days. I mean, snow for weeks on the ground and everywhere that we went. So I have not heard of the snow doing that in a while. Then you get a big snowstorm and it lasts for, a week or something like that. But now up in Toronto, when I went up there that time in the wintertime, that snow stayed on the ground. It stayed cold. It was sloshy and muddy and nasty. And they had scrapers going up and down the streets all the time to keep the streets from freezing over. That was in Toronto, Canada. And hi to any of you folks from up there. I love Canada from what I saw, and drove across it from Detroit all the way to, to Toronto, and did it several times. So have gotten a chance to see a decent amount of Canada, from Detroit to across the, that whatever those, they're like states. What are they in Canada? But anyway, provinces. But and got to see it in the springtime and got to see it in the summertime. Got to see it in the wintertime because we went up there several times on business, and but it was amazing. So, but anyway, so to all you Canucks up there, and there were a lot of people from other countries in Canada. there were a lot of Russians in Canada. There are a lot of Pakistanis and Indian folks from India there. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. So, but anyway, so I was thinking this year how much fun it would be. And every year I would do this. I would drive to North Georgia, and which means it's right on the edge of where Tennessee is, and there's Georgia line, and then Tennessee's here, and North Carolina's here, and you go up a little ways, there's Kentucky, but you can usually find snow somewhere along the Appalachian Trail, you know, around this time of year. So, oh, the hi, whereabouts? I made it to Vancouver, drove into it, and rode around and said, "Oh, I'm in Vancouver," and drove back. you know, while praying that the wind will slow down. Yeah. And talking with a couple people today about the weather, they called me up today and said, I had an appointment tomorrow, not anymore, to go see my kidney doctor, and they called me up and said, "No, we're canceling because the weather's supposed to be so bad, and we don't want to have you all out in the weather." And I was like, "Well, that's convenient. Honestly, I mean it. You know." Um, I'm sorry. I was thinking about Toronto. you know, two things at one time. But yeah, they called and said cancel your appointment till March. The doctor says all your signs and everything look good. We can extend out that far, and yeah, as we were crossing Canada that one time, I can't tell you the towns or anything, between um, Detroit and there. I could a couple of years ago, but it's been 20 years since I've made the trip. So, but I had always hoped to go back to Toronto. There's a lot of art and theater and stuff there, and that's weird. 2 minutes, y'all. But I'd always hoped that I could go back to Toronto. It's just straight north. And I missed at the time I got sick. I missed going to Niagara Falls, and they said it was best to go from the Canadian side. So, and there was just I've heard so much about Toronto, and being that we were on a business trip, sure enough, I wasn't free to just walk around anywhere. Now when we got done at the end of the day, we were free to walk around. But we had our rooms at this hotel, blah blah blah, and it was a nice hotel, but I didn't know of anywhere to go there. But as I was learning, I could go downstairs in from the lobby of this hotel, and there were subways everywhere. I could have went any if I'd have known where I was going. I could have went anywhere in the city because there was subway right there below the hotel motel. It was a hotel. And so, but anyway, but I was like, man, one of these, I would like to come back up here and just check it out, ride the subway, go somewhere, but have some time, to where I wouldn't be scared. Oh, I'm late or whatever. But anyway, so, you know, and everybody I met in Canada, this might sound rude, but even the Russians, there was a bunch of Russian women that worked as operators on the machines, and I was there as an engineer to help make those machines operate better. to where it wasn't so bad on the wrists and the hands and stuff, and ergonomics, right? So they didn't have ergonomics in Canada much. But, after working on this particular machine for an hour, your hands, you'd start to cramp up. And so, yep, thank you. So my job, our job for being there was to make their job easier. You still had to do it by hand, but it was going to make one of the steps just so much easier. And they were like, what? I don't have to force it on. No, this machine's going to do that for you. What? And so in that, they're going to be so much more efficient. But anyway, that was then, and this is now. So happy 20. I can't believe there's a sound that went down. I wonder if that was the refrigerator that was making that much noise. Wow, that was weird. It got more quiet in here when there's nothing on except this heater over here. So with all these dingbats out there portending our demise, we're all going to die. It is the end of the human race. And I'm like, okay, but in Revelations, it says, after this end times, and after he comes back, and after the temple, and after all this stuff happens, right, there's going to be 1,000 years of peace upon the earth. So that right there in Revelations says there's going to be a time after the tribulation, right? So this might sound weird, but come on. Hey, Montfort, how you doing? Thank you. You're looking healthy too. Not that I could see you all, but blessings to you. And I mean that, I don't get to see y'all very often, but when you pop on, I hope y'all are getting the blessings. And I hope that you all are still trying to learn how to do some of this stuff yourself. Connect with the universe. Was listening to some other folks, and they're literally preaching to get back to nature, and to reconnect with your God by getting back to nature. And I'm like, I guess my preaching ain't too far off. Not that I'm trying to be preachy, but I want to encourage folks, try this out, it might make your life easier. And you might learn some stuff along the way, up to you to decide, but, I was just yeah, I'm okay. Keep going, whatever happens. Right, Esty. God, I'm trying to think, man, it's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. I do hope you're doing well. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Good to see you. Honest. There are times it's like, there are so many of you now that it's like when somebody's missing for a while, or I haven't seen you in the chat, and I know that it's my fault for, not being more available so I can see you in the chat, you might have to get up at 3 a.m, Oh, it's 2:20. Yeah, I hope I got something else to drink. Yeah, big giant hugs right back at you. And I mean that to all y'all, cosmic hug to you, especially for this new year. But I've always given cosmic hugs, even when I don't come on. I go down through the list of folks in the chat room, and now I know that there are folks that don't get in the chat room. And I'm still giving y'all prayers, even though I don't know your names at the moment. Okay. And you don't have to get in the chat. It's okay. But it is nice to see your names show up and go, oh, there's Esty. When was the last time I seen, you in the chat room? So You know, it's good to see that you're still around. It's good to see that you can still type. Or you could use the word, you know, the AI still recognizes your voice, you know, or something like that. But anyway, you know, from my standpoint, it's good to see folks. Yes, for the good, I'm okay. Really, just too much work had me occupied, or always in my thoughts and prayers. Thank you, and right back at you. Well, I'm glad. I hope that working hard has its merits and benefits. I know that for several years I was working so hard from both ends, but I was making good money at least. Yeah, I sort of hit the 20, but I'm gonna keep going because I still got some. But so, and I haven't had a cigarette since I started this, so, and I really want one. I'm going to smoke one here in a minute. Crows don't like Hawkeye. Why not? Yeah, it's 126 somewhere. There you go, Barry. Cheers. You know, anytime, you know, in this cosmic reality, you know, the more that I understand the quantum, sort of from the quantum standpoint. I mean, from the great spirit standpoint and the great mystery, and we're all a part of the great mystery and all that sort of thing. And we're all tied together. And yeah, but you know, in thinking about it and letting it settle in more each and every day, about the quantum, in that, you know, listen to some of these um physics guys. And some of these folks I want to slap. And they're like, well, you can't go faster than light. Well, you can if you bend time and space and you got a special ship that goes, you know, you can go really freaking fast, you know, and you can use portals and things. So you can, unfortunately or fortunately, go faster than the speed of light. And the other thing is, the speed of light is not absolute as they say it is an average. And there are physics guys that, no, it isn't. No, it's not. Years ago, if you study this, they took an average, because for every scientist and group that were doing the experiment, that's when they came up with the observer can actually affect an experiment. So they found out that through these experiments with light and the light box and the thing and the shadow box and whatever it was, and how they were testing it, that some were getting a different number than others. And they were conducting the same experiment. So what they came up with is that, guess what? The people who observe an experiment under whatever conditions they're trying to replicate one condition to another, that the experiment kept getting different readings. So the one from the high point of the test for the speed of light, the other one was down here somewhere. They took an average, and that is what they consider the speed of light, is an average. So it isn't constant, right? So in this absolute world of physics, the speed of light is not a constant, even though they claim it is. Okay. So if it can go faster than itself, you know, as a frequency wave, or go slower than itself, so there's a subsonic kind of uh, speed of light, but they're all, quote, the speed of light, because they reach a certain velocity. Okay. So, but no, it's not a constant. So this thing that they talk about, that yes, physics is a constant and all the laws of physics are this and gravity and this, and it's like this all over the. Good night, Steve. Blessings to you. I hope you don't have too much snow on the ground out there. I noticed that y'all was getting it. So stay warm. Pick one room and stay warm, you know. Try not to heat the whole house. And me and my house is so open, there's no way to like just do one room. You know, light up the heater and go upstairs. The whole upstairs stays warm, and it's like one big room, bedroom, office, bedroom, loft, bath. I'm pointing over there, another bedroom upstairs. That's very open. I just don't like boxes, you know, after being in jail. And when I started building this house, I was like, everything needs to be open. Well, but you know, it'd be nice if certain rooms were closed up a little more so you could keep them warm or cool, whichever. But anyway, have managed to live here all these years and I'm still here and kicking. So, you know, it's survivable. You know, oh, well, it got real cold this one time. Yep. And we just piled a bunch of blankets on the bed and crawled under them, you know, and stayed there for a day and a half, 2 days. And the weather broke a little bit to where it wasn't 19 degrees outside. It got up into the 30s and we could move around a little better, you know, and the ice melted in places and we got water back in the house, you know. Yes, we've had those times. So when people say, "Oh, it's so cold," and we've had no, we ain't had cold like we've had cold. Sorry, you know my pipes ain't frozen. You know, and I've got pipes that used to freeze. The pipe coming into the house, coming in the back, is not covered like it should be, and I need to rewrap it. By the way, thanks for reminding me. But you know, so this idea that it's been so cold. No, it hadn't. Sorry. Now, maybe up north it's been colder, but down here, no. Oh, we're going through an ice age. No, we ain't. It has been much colder down here, you know. And I remember when the orange groves in Florida, they were lighting they burn old tires. I don't know if they still burn tires, but they used to burn tires and big kerosene heaters that they would put in the rows and in certain places around a grove of orange trees, and they would burn them, and the heat would rise so high and then create a layer of smoke, and that would keep the frost from settling on the orange trees. And I haven't heard of them having to light any fires for fruit trees for a while. Just saying. Oh, it's been so cold. No, it hasn't. Now, I'm not saying we should or that expecting, but this idea that it's oh so cold is bullshit. It has been much colder and for longer periods in my lifetime. Okay. Just saying. And it's not about me, but it's been my observation. So I've got 71 years of observation. All right. Okay. 68 years. I was 4 or 5 years old before I started really paying attention to stuff. So, but still 65 years, we'll say. I was 65 to 71. Okay. 65 years I've been watching stuff. And for some reason, I knew early on that I was a watchman because I was always observing stuff. Even as a child and as a young person, didn't know why, but I understand it now. So there are folks who are getting through life, but they're not paying attention to anything outside of their little realm of stuff. Oh, well, it's so cold. Well, but even some of these older folks, unless you prompt them with like, well, like for the folks around here that are still alive anyway, who say, "Oh, it's been so cold," and blah blah. No, well, what about that time that it snowed here down here in Moultrie, and we were sliding down the hill, on cardboard because we don't have sleds, you know, and there were great big, huge, humongous, like this big snowflakes that just floated down. It was beautiful. And when it landed on the ground, it was cold enough to where it stuck, but not more than a day. So, but for 24 hours, even at night, we were down up on the hill, sliding down where there was enough snow. And there wasn't a lot, but it was fun to play in nonetheless. But what about then? Well, when was the last time it snowed down here? 25 years. Oh, well then, see, it hasn't. So there are a lot of people who were born 30 years ago who have not seen any of these extremes. But for me, 40 years ago and longer, I've lived up here, there have been lots of other conditions. Absolutely. So in a way, we have been blessed that the weather has not been more severe. So for these folks around here, though, that are not old enough to remember because of weather changes, ooh, climate change. Yes, it has changed. But, I wish it would get colder longer because the fruit trees up here are not producing. I should have pears. I should have all these other things. We're not getting enough cold days for the fruit trees that we have. And that's rough. That's rough. We expect to get fruit from the fruit trees we have. But when you don't get enough cold hours, then you end up with no fruit whatsoever. So yeah, we need more cold weather. Oh, we need more cold weather down here. Yes, we do. It's not a lot. We need like 10 to 15 days that it stays in the 30s and at night it gets into the upper 20s. We need some 25 to 30 degree weather for a couple of hours at night for a couple of days. We need that for the fruit trees. It does something to them and we need it. I've got some things that are trying to bloom now because it's too doggone warm. It hasn't been into the 80s or 90s. And I remember times when it got to like 80 something degrees in January and December, I mean, we literally had the windows open and the fans on, and it could have turned, there were people who had their air conditioners on in December. And so this year wasn't quite like that. It has been cool enough, but that it's not hot, but it hadn't been cold enough either. So it's been mildy temperatures. Not really complaining, but my fruit trees ain't going to bloom again if we don't have some colder weather. As much as it's going to be inconvenient, we got to have some colder weather. If my pipes freeze, okay, but we need some colder weather. So with that said, so there are folks who are saying, "Ooh, it's so cold now and the weather and so forth," but like I just said, repeating myself, that they weren't born when we had really severe weather, And I'm glad that they haven't had to experience it because those of us who are still around have seen the climate change. However, it's been mastered or whatever, it was like today. You know, now it was cloudy, but yesterday it was perfectly clear and wonderful, but they were up there spraying anyway. Looked out the window, told my buddy, I said, oh man, chemtrails. Damn it. You know, and it's across the sky it went, you know, floating by, you know. And so it's like, why and what's the deal? And now we're getting this weird weather, and because they were been spraying up and down the East Coast. So did the spraying have anything to do with the weather that we're having right now, and which is coming in a couple hours here? So west of us, they're really getting hammered, and it's supposed to hit us about 9 o'clock in the morning. So with that said, though, so there is climate change. But I remember severe weather before. I remember we used to have a lot more rain than we're having now, because my backyard at this time with this rain that's coming through now, we're supposed to get rain on Friday again. So maybe this year the backyard will flood. Maybe, because it needs it. It used to flood 2 or 3 times a year, and it hasn't completely flooded in 5 or 6 years. And so there, like I said a little bit earlier, that's on some of my trees back there in the swamp. They're being attacked by pine beetles, pine borers. And if it had been flooding the way it normally does, it would be too wet for the bugs to survive. But because we've not had enough rain to flood the swamps around here. Now we got big, huge trees that are infected with pine borer beetles. You know, if it would flood normally like it used to, they would not exist, because it's just too wet for them to survive. They want to go down in the ground, and the water is saturated, and and you can't, because there's this much water across the high spots, and the low spots are 4 foot deep, and the water's flowing across it. And so the bugs don't survive when they're submerged. 2024 is set to be the coldest winter on record, not because of the weather, but because we can't afford to put the heating on. Oh, well, that's possible. I could see where, and this is what I would say to that. Now, I've been burning firewood for 50 years, without a doubt. At least 50 years. And I've been here, 40 years. But I was burning, I had wood heaters before I moved onto the property here. Except for about a year or two when I was living in the trailer and we had to depend on something else. But mostly if I had a spot, we were living in the camping trailer, which ain't big enough to put a heater in, a wood heater. But it was small enough that you could light the trailer with the Coleman heater that they had in it. Except when it got into the 20s, it was still cold. It was like a little tin can, which it really was. But so I could understand that. But this is my answer to that. Find somebody that you're willing to give them help them with their heating bill. Because if it's going to be really cold for a couple of days, and then see if you can stay with somebody else and share the bill. Like, here's $20, for your heating bill. Can I stay with you? Because, like for me, if it got really cold like that, I'd see if I could stay with some friends of mine. And I'd give them a few bucks for the electric bill. Because for example, if I run out of wood, if it gets too rainy and I can't get to some wood, then with my house being open, if it got into the teens, and it would be difficult for me to heat the house. I could probably survive, but as old as I am, I might, like I might get in touch with Rob and say, hey, can I sleep on your couch for a couple of nights? Me and Duggar need to stay warm. I could get in touch with my folks up there and say, hey, listen, I know you got an extra bedroom. Can I come stay? Me and Duggar need to come stay with you for a couple of days. And I would basically batten down the hatches here for a couple of days and go stay with them. Now, not everybody can do that, but if you can share the warmth, is sort of what I'm saying. And back in the day, folks used to pick one room in the house to heat, and the rest of the house would be cold. So when you went to go to bed at night, especially with these big colonial style homes that they have down here, you got a big wood stove that heats most of the house. Well, that's good, Barry. Oh, I thought it said Chloe. And they outlawed them, Richard. Outlawed them what? I love wood fires and stove, but sadly can't have one where I am. That really is sad. Honestly, it's sad that you can't, because they are delightful. And people say, oh, the carbon monoxide and all the stuff and everything, and oh, the smoke coming up the chimney and all. And it's like, come on. I'm sorry. They want to outlaw those. Y'all going to have to shoot me, kill me otherwise, because I am not giving up my stove. I'm not giving up my wood stove, because if all else fails, I can find something to burn. If it gets cold enough and the electricity's off, I can find. If I have to, I got plenty of pine around here, but you shouldn't burn pine. So, but if I burned pine, if I had to, then I would just have to clean out my stovepipe or get some new stovepipe next year, which probably ain't a bad idea. But I haven't taken it down, in 2 years, because I haven't burned in much wood. And I can tap on the outside of the flue pipe. And if there's anything that's collecting, it likes to collect on the tops sides of the pipe. And you can hear it if you tap on the pipe, if there's any little crunchies that fall down. So having not heard any little crunchies, I know that the pipe has not collected any soot or anything, which will burn if the pipe gets too hot. So, but the way I've got my pipe and everything situated, it doesn't get hot enough that far down the pipe. So only the header pipe might collect anything, and you can tap on it and knock out any doobies that might catch on fire inside the pipe. Well, but anyway, with that, other people are not that fortunate. So I would look for other alternatives to stay warm. And if it means, so what I was going to say about the houses, so what they had were bed warmers. And I had a popcorn popper that you had it was two pieces. And the bottom pan was solid, and the top pan had holes punched in it. And you put a little oil in the bottom, you sprinkled some popcorn in it, some, popcorn, some corn, popping corn, and then you connected the two pieces and they clamped down, and it had a handle so you could put it over the fire to make, smoke covered popcorn, which was actually really good. But it was easy to burn. You had to be careful. But the bottom pan, so it would hold oil and the popcorn, and the top was enough for the steam, and the popcorn would pop up. But anyway, they had those things that were similar, but they went under your covers, and they would take coals from the fireplace, but mostly the fireplace, and put a couple of coals inside that pan and take it upstairs and put it underneath the covers. So they had bed warmers. So the rest of the house was freezing. And rather than heat the whole room, they had these bed warmers. And of course, that's why they made great big quilts so that you would stay warm. And I'm here to tell you that I had a couple of really nice quilts over the years, and they will keep you warm as hell, you know. So you had to suffer the cold by having a bed warmer, you know. And so, and you could, if depending on how large your bed was back then, you know, you could put the bed warmer sort of close to you, and you would slide in and where the bed warmer had already been. And so you're nice and toasty when you got to, you know, go into a cold bedroom. So they couldn't heat the whole house unless you were really rich and had fireplaces upstairs. But you know, a normal house, you know, for the poor folk, they had one maybe and a heater, some type of wood heater in the kitchen, right? So you've got two wood burning somethings, heater in the stove in the kitchen, and fireplace. But the rest of the house is cold. So you do the same thing. You've got bed warmers, and so the bedrooms are cold. You only go in there when you have to. Everybody stays in the room with the fireplace. You know, you sitting by the fire. You see the old movies where they're knitting, they're doing the thing. Papa's over there on the other side smoking his pipe, and he's reading, and Junior's down there on the floor in front of the fireplace. That's because the rest of the house is freaking freezing, right? So, but they knew how to congregate into one room, and that was smart. And you stayed in that one room all day and into the night. And it wasn't until it was time to go to bed, you stayed up as long as possible and went in with, you know, you had your bed warmer, you'd snuck in there earlier, and now you crawl into bed that's already started warm, and you stay there until it's early morning, right? Or you gotta absolutely gotta pee, and you get out of bed, grab the honey pot from under the bed, and do your business right there. Put it back under the bed, and you get back in your bed, and you stay there until the sun comes up, or whatever time you need to get up, and then you guess where you go? You go to the kitchen where there are kitchen doors that you can close, and you got a fire going because somebody's cooking breakfast, somebody's making coffee. So there is a fire in the kitchen. So then everybody congregates early morning, everybody goes to the kitchen to get warm, and somebody can go to the front room and put some more, you know, freshen up the fire in the fireplace to get the living room warm enough. But they'll congregate because of cooking in the kitchen. So the rooms are designated, but the rest of the house, you know, is cold per se. So, you know, having lived in big houses and lived down here during cold winters and watching how you move from room to room to room to room, and I lived in a house, it wasn't a two-story house at the time, but it was an old farmhouse, and it did have a fireplace, and we could use it. Um, but I stuck a wood burning stove in the back and put the pipe through a window, right? Pearl, guy was thinking you was thinking, hoping you was doing okay. And oop, it says I'm live. It's been 2 hours. About every 2 hours, this thing reconnects or something with the Wi-Fi. Um, I don't know why it does that. Yeah, many prayers to you and your son that things are working out for you and that you can stay warm. Now, for those of us, you know, we've got electric blankets and things, you know, and most of the times you can get your hands on an electric blanket. You know, I've learned, and guess who? And I listened to a thing the other day about, you know, Shirley MacLaine, and how, you know, she, when she did her movie and did the book Out on a Limb, how much of an out on a limb she went. But even in her old age, she has, as an actress, she's still been in some movies. So, you know, she thought they thought she was weird and talking to space aliens and spirits and stuff. And, but yet she still managed to get jobs. Well, who knows who she's sleeping with, and not to say she did, but, you know, she's still one of my favorite actresses, you know, that, and she still looks good after all these years. I would date her if, you know, if you know, like I'm ever going to get the chance. But the idea though that, you know, she survived. And one of the things she talked about was that they were visiting Machu Picchu, and they'd gone up this mountain during the day, and it took them a long time to wiggle their way up there and everything. We are good. Jeremiah has a bed tent. He is warm. Good. He's got a bed tent. I understand what you mean, I think. Does it go over the bed, or is he like on the floor and built a tent? And because we used to build stuff on the floor, you know, even though our bed was like right there, we'd get down on the floor. We'd cover the whole bedroom with a tent and get in it. But anyway, so but either way, cool beans. You know, the bed tent thingy was always fun to us. You know, it took us to another place, even though we were still in our room. We went to another place, you know, with the tent in the room, and we could do stuff under the tent. You know, it was interesting what it psychologically kind of did to us with as kids. It was Richard. As soon as I moved and it burned the house down. What? I like that old ancient house. Yeah, but I had that house burned down that I've talked about before. And the old man that who used to live in that house, who was the ghost and spirit there, you know, woke me up, and it was a shame to see that place burned down. It was a shame. God, it was a beautiful place. And I don't have any pictures, I don't believe, of it. But Lord have mercy, it was beautiful. Old, old, built by the Croft brothers. You know, and it was old Mr. Croft that woke me up that night. Uh, you know, that the house was burning down. Old pine logs. Went up like fat ladder. And it was hot too. But anyway, and that was in November is the anniversary of that. It was 3 days before Thanksgiving, when it was like a Monday night that the house burned down. There was an old family burial area. I found squirrel hunting in the woods. Oh, I was going to say, how did a squirrel go hunting in the woods for a cemetery? I'm sorry. That's where my brain sort of drifted off to. But anyway, so we're coming up on another hour. I can't believe I've been here with y'all for 2 hours. You know, I'm not ready to go yet, but it's like, wow, I'm trying not to make long videos anymore. But anyway, I do love y'all, and I do continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, how do you feel about it? You know, do you feel that we're at the end of our stream? You know, is this the end of humanity? You know, the lights are going to be go out, and it'll be the end of humanity. And if this happens, it'll be the end of humanity. God love you, SD. You too, Richard, and I always love you, Barry. I love you all always. So, but anyway, and any of you all that haven't said hi in the chat, we love you too. Okay. So, but in this, please don't get caught up like I did years ago. But then there wasn't somebody like me that tried to calm you down. That's why, you know, my angel friend said, "Hey, you got to start doing this. You got to calm some people down, and and let them know. Be and what else has been coming up? Everybody's been talking about the observer position. How long have I been talking about to be the observer in situations? You know, you only get involved unless you really have to. And, and there are times when you really morally, spiritually, you need to get involved, you know. And then there are times when you need to stay the hell out of the chaos entirely. And you need to take a step back and watch it go by. Well, there's chaos in the world. Yep, stay out of it, But if there's somebody nearby that needs a hand to get them out of a flooding situation and they're reaching, pull them out. But if somebody's trying to, make believe some stuff, then stay out of it. And that's where we're at now. There are so many things, and because of the election coming up, there are so many things floating around. It's amazing. Iowa caucus coming up, then the next thing South Carolina, and you don't think this don't matter? Oh, buddy, we're gonna see how things are gonna go, and if anybody's gonna get caught trying to sabotage an election. Oh, buddy. I mean, RFK Jr. is running as an independent, and his father was murdered in front of everybody, and they still don't have the right person that killed his father. And everybody knows who the guy was that did it, but murdered during a primary election, for the Democrats, right? And Hubert Humphrey ended up doing the thing because Johnson backed out. So, but anyway, people want to say that politics doesn't matter, that politics doesn't matter to them. Well, it's a creepy machine that even John F. Kennedy, supposedly, they rigged for him to win that election. And supposedly his father, not Leo, where did I get that from? But old man Kennedy knew enough people, and they made sure that Jack won the election. So it's like, and even Nixon at the time was like, "You stole the election," and there was some argument about it in 1960. So this has been going on for a long time. So what happens now in these caucuses and so forth between now and then? And ain't nobody talked about if they're going to have a Democratic convention this year or a Republican convention. Now, that's something that if they don't have a convention this year for either party, that's going to be weird in and of itself. So we need to watch and observe what's going on. Maybe RFK Jr. has, a sort of a convention for independence, and that folks who want to jump on whatever independent ticket that he's running, he's going to need a vice president. He's going to need people who think in the same general way that he does for cabinet members and so forth. He's going to need people that he can trust So what better way than RFK Jr. to have some type of convention to bring in like-minded people, to have caucuses within the convention, to talk amongst themselves and say, hey, this state senator from Ohio is really good. He might make a really good cabinet member. Or this guy from the state of Florida would make a really good member of your cabinet. Or this guy from Alaska, or this person from I say the Philippines, but that was weird. Philippines, Puerto Rico is not a state, but they can vote. So, which is silly. We ought to, Puerto Rico ought to be a state by now. And maybe, what's the other one down there? But anyway, so it's going to be very important for the election. It's going to be very important to the people as to how this turns out, because already the Vatican is being chewed up with the Pope. There is an absolute split in the Catholic Church, absolutely, which it's, the house divided. The split within the Democratic Party, because RFK should be running as a Democrat and can't. They won't. Will there be a Republican convention, because there are different Republicans running for president, whereas I think I don't know. I think RFK is by himself in challenging Biden. So, but the race is open as Republicans right now, with DeSantis in the race, and the guy's name that none of us, Vivek Ramaswamy or something. I've listened to him, and the guy's got some really good stuff, but he doesn't have any political background. Now, there are a lot of folks who've not had any political background, and because he's a CEO of a company, does that qualify him to be president? Well, it's better than nothing. So, so Vivek Ramaswamy, I think, not really, but react to something, because I have cold sweats 20 times a day, and it's not my. No, but it might be womenopause. Womenopause. That's what I went through. Womenopause. Women have menopause. We have womenopause. Womenopause. But yeah, sorry to hear that. Seriously. I would say look to something in your environment that may be triggering it, and also something you may eat or not eat. Because I changed my diet and some of that went away. So be careful. But I react to something because, oh, yeah. Yeah, there are several folks that have gone through the cold sweat thing in their lifetime. And I remember going through it and going, what the hell? What the hell? My friend Marcia, God rest her soul, she's out running around and creating trouble. If I got time for this cigarette, then I got enough time to put the rest of that little bud in the top of that pipe right there. So the thing about depopulation, now there are folks in Africa that are literally starving. There are folks in India and Pakistan and those places like that, and Thailand and other places. They're starving to death. You know, they don't have enough common food, and they don't have enough money because of conditions and so forth in these countries because of overpopulation. So I don't want this to happen, but it seems like Mother Earth and nature could take some of these folks out naturally. Now, I know this may sound crude and rude, but if they need to take me out because I'm a useless eater, what am I providing? I worked for years as an engineer and a machinist and carpenter and all this stuff. But what am I doing now at the age of 71? What is my Aunt Shirley doing at the age of 87? She's a useless eater. What is she contributing to the world? They live in this little trailer park, and her friends, they've all grown old together. My sister visits regularly, and she's getting old. So but where they're all useless eaters. Now my sister, she does have a part-time job and would still be working at Walmart if they had not laid her off. But to the rest of it, we're useless eaters because we're on Social Security. And, therefore we don't have to work. And I don't work, couldn't work if I tried. But I still have, uses. I do this channel to stay connected to the universe and to other people, and to try to provide a little bit of something, a little bit of common sense to folks. And we get together and have chats, and I love you to death, keep up the good work. So, but this idea that we're all going to die, and I would say, nah, we're not. But yeah, there are some people who are not going to survive, depending on what they do to us. Okay. And they're trying, their Agenda 2030 is not working. And they have sent 2 years of lockdowns, and they were not successful at all. What it did was it changed the world. And I think that the second year was like everybody was going, wait a minute now. When the first one was bad enough, the second year people were going, well, and there was stuff coming down about this and that, and doctors were testifying and this and that. Then they had statistics and could compare them with this and that. See, I'm talking about something, but I haven't mentioned anything. So this and that, will AI pick up that? Hey, Bob, I haven't said hi to you in a while. But anyway, in all of this stuff, the whole world has changed. Opinions, jobs, the thing that you put on your face, and other stuff, precautions and just stuff. So if anything, that was supposed to be the one, and it didn't work. But it doesn't mean they're not going to try again. And they could very well do it, because there are a lot of people, and there are certain days of the week where if I got hit with something, it might take me out. But I'm ornery enough because I've already survived a lot of stuff, that maybe I've got enough antibodies and so forth. Oh, one of the things I learned here recently is that we're coming up on a 20. Is that you all have heard about the seed banks up in Norway or whatever it is, building the side of a mountain, millions of dollars, and and they're keeping seeds in case something happens. Well, you know what they're doing now, because of the studies and stuff, especially after the last 2 years with the lockdowns, they have done a lot of study on viral things. So they found out, for example, that a lot of people don't have the right germs and stuff, bacteria and whatever in their stomach for proper digestion. There are a lot of people who are in their teens and in their early 20s are having Crohn's disease and diverticulitis. And I mean, and these are all stomach conditions. And they they are there for a lifetime. They just don't show up for a couple of weeks and or like an ulcer. I had ulcers as a young man, and but I changed my diet like this Indian doctor told me, and he said, "Oh, you change your diet, you know, and be more vegetarian and do this," because I was eating grease, you know, South Georgia, you know, everything was fried. It was good too, but then you know, so I started pulling the skin off of fried chicken, and I started doing certain things and changing, just altering my diet, mostly getting grease out of it and stuff like that, and you know, straight whiskey and you know, straight Jack Daniels, you know. Um, so or make sure you eat before you do the Jack Daniels, you know, and moderate the Jack Daniels. So, but anyway, I got rid of the ulcers, you know, and I've had stomach issues on and off all my life, so I understand that. But I understand that it depends on what I eat and how I cook it, you know. And so I can have a good time eating and this and that. In fact, I bought some steaks tonight. Boy, the price of meat has gone up. Pork, not so much, and not so much on the chicken. But man, for beef, whoo-wee. But Duggar hasn't had a good bone to chew on in a while. And I haven't had a steak in like 6 weeks or more. And so it was time to, you know, go get some beef. Um, I do have a roast beef that I've been getting from a store, a different store. So it's not that I haven't had any beef whatsoever, but or and I'm very shy on chicken, and I'm very shy on pork myself eating it. I used to work on a hog farm, and I know how hogs are raised. And ever since I don't work on the hog farm anymore, something inside of me changed. And I can look at a ham and think about a little piggy years ago on the farm where we raised hogs. And I know that little piggy has already gone to market. And this little piggy stayed home, and this little piggy had roast beef, and this little piggy had none. And this little piggy went wee, wee, wee all the way home. Yep, playing with the kids. I wonder how many kids still know that, if it still goes around, the little piggies on the toes thingy. But anyway, um, so every time I look at a piece of ham or something like that, I go, "Sweet piggy, piggy, piggy," and I go, "Meh," you know. And living where I do with all the chickens around here and seeing how they're processed, they're actually processed well when they get to the processing place. But how they grow them in the cages and everything, and what I've seen over the years, I shy away from chicken as well. But I got a big package of um, thighs, leg quarters, and really, you know, $5 for a really nice package. And you know, that'll feed me and Duggar for 2 days, and he'll get some bones to chew on, and he can have the skin off the chicken. And you know, I want to fire up the grill back here, and I can put the chicken and slow cook it, you know, and smoke it. It'll be good, and it'll be a cheap meal. And you know, there are 6 pieces of chicken, and that's an easy 2 days worth. So I cook it all at one time on the grill, and then um, so I don't waste, you know, any electricity or whatever, you know, and it'll taste good on the grill. And I got 2 days worth of food. So, but anyway, so, folks, when I was in line, checking out, it was like, man, how much food do you get? And what are you doing? I said, well, I come to town. When I do, I buy for at least a week and I try to get 10 days worth out of it. And that's usually my gallon of milk thing or how much bread I might use because everything else I can, like, well, I got enough cheese and, well, I got enough, I got some pork and beans if I really get hungry and I got this or that. And it's a 20, happy 20. So, if you plan your meals ahead of time, and I mean way ahead of time. So I was talking to this one guy in line, and he only had a couple of items. And I looked at him and I said, I'm sorry to the people that were behind me. I said, I'm sorry, I would let you through, but I've already got started. And I said, you've only got a couple items, and you've only got a couple items, and y'all must live close to the store. And I said, because, when I go to the store, you all have only got a couple of items. And I looked at this one guy and I said, now I know there is some other stuff that you're going to need. And you're going to be back here to the store. I said, you got paper towels and something else now, but I said, you're going to be running out of something here in a day or so. And right now that you got stuff that you could get. And I said, for me, I plan for 10 days. And if I forget something, well, I just forget it, and I don't go back to. Now, if I go to town or something, I could stop by the store and pick it up or whatever. But, I shoot for 10 days. And it's worked out for me over these last few years, and I know what to look for. So they were like, man, you got a buggy full of stuff. And I was like, yeah. And I said, but I'm good. I got dog food, I got cat food, I got all this stuff. And if I run out of milk, I've got canned milk. So, and I can make coffee and use other things. But, oh, and one of the things that I got rid of was creamer. And any kind of artificial sweetener, okay, in my coffee or drinks. I also do not use any kind of margarine or any kind of whipped whatever, except whipped topping, which is going to go on my pumpkin pie that I bought. Good night, Esty. It's really good to see you and knowing that you're still with us and doing as well as possible. Stay warm and dry, and blessings to you. It's good to see you. Sleep well. So with this planning ahead, I wish people would do that more often, because I had let 5 people go by me that only had 2 or 3 items. And I didn't want the line to get stacked up because there's bad weather outside. But I looked at the people behind me as I was putting stuff up on the counter, and I said, I let a bunch of people go by already, but I figured it was my turn after letting 5 people go by with just a couple of items. I said, I'd let you all go by, but I'm already here, so you got to wait on me. So, and there was 4 or 5 people in line waiting with just a couple of items in their arms. And so I was thinking to myself, these poor folk, they got to go to the store. Well, I'm out, when you go to the store, buy the stuff you need. If you got to spend $100, but buy the stuff you need for a week to 10 days, not just, well, we're out of paper towels, honey. Okay. And while you're there, get this. Okay. And then 2 days later, it's like, honey, you need to stop by the store and you need to get some this and this and this and this. Okay. And we stop by you spend the same amount of money. Okay. You spend the same amount of money, but now you have to stop by the store frequently. Now, okay, but I've been doing this for 5 years now, at least, thinking 10 days ahead. And I was on this trap where of course I was going to town more often too, so I could stop by the store more often. But when I quit going to town regularly and quit working with the theater and stuff, and I've been here more at the house, 10 days is not a bad way to think about buying stuff. Well, so that's one of the things that's out there. Do you have enough food to last you 2 weeks? Well, because I think ahead myself for at least 10 days, I do have 2 weeks worth. That's just common that I keep up with. I got at least 10 days worth of supplies regularly, where other people aren't. They're just 2 or 3 days because it's convenient to stop by the store. So, not shame on these people, but those are the people who are going to be in trouble because they don't plan ahead. They don't plan far enough in the future. Well, I'm going to need this in 5 days time. I'm going to be out of this. And then I'm going to need it. Well, 5 days ain't much. Well, so go ahead and buy it now. And then in 5 days, when you run out, you'll have another pound of butter, or you'll have another bag of flour, or you'll have another whatever that you need. So, this idea, but you're going to spend the same amount of money stopping, 2 or 3 times a week. You're going to spend the same amount of money, but you got to think forward. So I'm praying that folks will learn it, I'm hoping that folks will be able to look ahead and see it and go, oh, and that it becomes a regular part of their system, that they're buying ahead of time. My chickens are starting to lay, got 5, cool, that's good. And it is going to get cold. I'm going to have so much fun getting the eggs. Do you mean that sarcastically, or do you mean it really is going to be fun? Oh, and I talked with my friend Rob, and about we were talking about, between his property and mine, of getting a tractor and tilling up some dirt and trying to plant a real garden. I mean, a real garden, not just a couple of items in a pot or something like that, but a real sarcasm. Oh. Well, I'm sorry. So make it easier. Figure out a way. But anyway, we were talking. I said, I got this big chicken pen out back. And this last year and this last summer, he incubated some eggs himself. Plus, he got some eggs from some of these farmers around here because they have people that do nothing but raise eggs. And then they take the eggs and hatch them, and then they sell them to these farmers who then raise the hatchlings into chickens. So there are a bunch of eggs. There are hundreds of thousands of eggs just because they need to hatch right. And so all of this is timed. There's this one farm that's doing nothing but eggs and hatchlings. This farm is the ones that are taking those hatchlings and breeding them out. And then there's the other farms that will take them and then put them in and feed them and do that and then ship them off. So, it's I say it's very technical, but they've got this all worked out between the birds, I missed it, didn't I? Talking about it. But anyways, he said, I've got too many birds. And he said, we've already eaten some of them. I said, well, did you pluck them or did you skin them? He said, I skinned them. He said it was a lot easier. So that's one thing, people try to pluck a chicken. And it's like, I've tried it. It is not easy. There are feathers everywhere. It's nasty, it's gooey and whatever. And because you want the skin, nah. You can split that bird, and just like you'd skin a rabbit, especially if you're skinning that chicken while it's still nice and warm. You can peel that skin right off that chicken and not have to worry about plucking all them feathers. And you just skin it, pull it, the skin off the chicken and make it naked. And then you've got this big bundle of feathers and stuff. And that's, you just wrap it up in the skin and you're done. So, you know, fried chicken tastes different, of course, because there's no skin on it. But if you, like I said, if you've ever tried to pluck a chicken, good luck. You know, when I learned, we'd plucked a couple of chickens way back in the day. I mean, in the early 80s. You know, somebody later on said, well, son, why didn't you just skin him? And I was like, well, because we were doing it the old pioneer way. A friend of ours worked at the Georgia Agri-Rama, and they had killed some chickens for a day and were doing some demonstrations and stuff, and they were plucking chickens. So we had too many chickens on the farm and for the thing, and so they decided, you know, they weren't my chickens, but the folks decided to take out a couple and that we were going to do the same thing. And we were going to do it like the old way. And you boil up the water in a big pot outside and you dip them in there. But there's a trick. You got to have the water at a certain temperature. You got to drop them in for so long, and you got to rip them out, and you got to be willing to yank them things up. You can strip them out if you do it right, but you still have all these wet feathers. You still got this mess, you know, of the feathers and wet, and you got to boil the water. But if you just skin them, that's it. You don't have to do any other prep or anything else. So it's like, what are you going to do? And well, you skin them. Do you skin a rabbit? Yeah, take the skin off. But well, there's nothing to pluck, but you still got to take the skin off to get to the rest of it, right? So then there are those who would just burn the feathers off. I mean, literally just kind of toss them on the fire, grab them by the chicken legs and toss them on the fire. Not real high burning with some coals, but it's hot. And you throw them on there, and then you flip them over, and you burn them feathers off. And I've seen Indians do that. So they just have they build a fire and let it die down, and there's a good bed of coals, you know, and they throw that bird on there and flip him over a little bit, and they flip her over a little bit, and then they just take a stick and just brush the feathers off. Somebody said, well, why would they do that? Well, you're going to cook the bird anyway. So what if you throw it on the fire and burn the feathers off? Now it smells, it stinks. Get upwind of it, you know, if you're going to do it that way. But still, to the point, you know, you still got to deal with the feathers. And it's all because you want the skin. I mean, really, hey, Michelle, much love that right back at you. I wonder where you was running around at 2 a.m. Well, it's holy crap, it's 3:30. It'd be 2:30 your direction. Hope you're doing well, Michelle. I send prayers out always to all y'all. Yep, the holidays are over. Supposed to be. But you know, they got stuff out already for Valentine's. And I'm like, I mean, on the 2nd of January, I was in a store and I was met by Valentine's. And I was like, what? They still had Christmas stuff, trailings and trappings, you know, for the end of the year. But they already had a whole aisle on one side with nothing but, you know, Valentine's stuff. And I was like, holy Jesus, you know, the first of the year has barely turned and they're already set up for Valentine's. Holy crap in a bag, you know? But anyway, so, but here's the thing about that. You know, you go in the store and be like, oh my God, they're already got stuff out for Valentine's. They're planning ahead, okay? They've already got the spring, summer, fall, winter stuff, you know. They have to plan this stuff out 6 to 8 months in advance, sometimes an entire year. There are people buying stuff now for next holiday season because by the time it gets ordered and paid for and then created and then shipped and then received and then put up, it takes 9 months to or longer to do the process. So there are folks starting now. There are folks who do summer dresses who have picked out in the fall the material, and they had those, you know, back in the fall, they had, ooh, look at the new designs and stuff. That's because they need to see them, order the material, get them to the seamstresses, package them up, get them ready, ship them to whoever's going. And, you know, and that took, you know, 6 to 8 months. Easy. So, you know, there are folks, yeah, the almighty dollar. What? Commercialization is the religion of the land. Yeah, well, you know, there some of this stuff, there's nothing wrong with it generally, because having worked for different companies like I have over the years, I see the value. I mean, I worked for a company that made Levi jeans. I worked for a company that made tiny little panties, you know, well, underwear for women, women's underwear. And then I worked for a place that, you know, that made these things. And then I worked for a company that made widgets kind of thing. And then I worked for a company that, you know, that made compressor blades for jet engines. And then I worked for a company, you know, we made all the spark plug wires and everything for Ford and Chrysler and Honda and Nissan and you know, and I worked for a company that did this and this and this and they made the hubs for go-karts, and we stamped out pieces, you know, for secret parts to go in something for the Navy. And I mean, you know, I worked for all these different companies, and all these different companies had different values. But all of the companies that I worked for, those things that were sold, or that we made and sold, were necessary. They were all items. Well, other than the go-kart wheels, you know, one could say, well, we don't need go-kart wheels. Well, the people who want them need them. You know, if you have a go-kart wheel go bad, you'd like to have a replacement. So, and the fact that we could, you know, stamp these buggers out in no time flat, we made good money. I say we, you know, the owner paid me good money as a machinist to stamp these buggers out. So by being able to be efficient in our jobs, you know, we were able to sell them at a good price and make a profit, which then I was able to get a raise, you know. So it all works out in the long run, but it depends on the company. You know, there are people who are talking about that they should bring back profit sharing, because years ago, I don't know if they still do it, but years ago, Briggs and Stratton, the company that makes a lot of lawnmower engines and other kind of engines too, go-kart and stuff. And believe it or not, I knew guys, he drowned trying to swim across the pond. Showing off, worked with him as a machinist, but he also had a couple of top-notch go-karts that would go 60 miles an hour. I mean, no. And drove it once in the parking lot there where we worked. And that shit will scare the bejeebers out of you. And I never could get the pedal all the way down to the metal, but I was 3/4 of the way. and I was flying. And it was a 5 horsepower Briggs and Stratton engine that has the timing, and the cam is shaved, and they do something with the the valves, and oh my God, this thing would scream. 5 horsepower, because it had to be, and he was racing in a certain class, and it had to be an authentic 5 horsepower Briggs and Stratton. Now, it can have carburation and different things and blah blah blah, which it obviously had. But people say you can't do that to a 5 horsepower motor. Oh yes, you can. So you don't need a great big engine, because this thing would go 70, in a heartbeat. It was a long parking lot, but still, you were at top speed before you got to the end of the parking lot. You were already screaming. But anyway, but the mechanics of things, all right? So we have things already that can get us, if you want to go real fast, you can do it with a 5 horsepower Briggs and Stratton engine. Oh, Briggs and Stratton. And speaking of profit sharing, so years ago, they were having issues with scrap, that their scrap level was too high, and that their it was up to like 15%, which is really high for a scrap rate for any company. You 5%, 7%, maybe 15%, maybe, but for 15% to last very long, you're going to be losing money. So they decided that the best way to take care of it, because it seemed like a lot of it was carelessness from their employees. So in order to get the employees interested in making a good product, they said, we're going to set up profit sharing. So now, if you guys have 15% scrap, then you're going to take a hit. Now, if you break that 15% scrap down, you're going to get an extra check, more than what you're making per hour now. Every quarter, we're going to send you a check. And it depends on how good y'all are here in the factory. Well, within 6 months of implementing this, I believe, it was a really short time, but they had to make the sales and get it out there and blah, blah, blah. But within 6 months, they had gone from like 15 to almost 20% scrap or whatever, which is way too high, to like 10%. They cut it in half. And so the people in the company got an extra check. So as they worked out amongst themselves how to better cut down the scrap rate, and they found out that some people were just careless, because if you're in, here's a molding of the side of a motor, the side of it, and you're supposed to drill and tap a hole in a certain place, and you don't, and it doesn't get in the right place. So here's a piece of aluminum that's part of the housing of the motor, now has to be scrapped. It has to be thrown away. So now, wait a minute, there goes half of a motor I just have to throw away, because you drilled a hole in the wrong place, or you did something wrong, or you did, something in the procedure. Now I got to throw this away, and now I got to take another. That just cost us money. So as the people in the plant understood the process better and realized that it literally chunked them in the pocketbook, they went, oh, well, within a couple of months, they got the scrap rate down to 5%. And by the end of that year, they had got it down to like less than 5% scrap rate, which increased the value of the product. And sales actually improved because the product was better, because in not having scrapped, they improved the product itself, because they were letting some things slide so they didn't get scrapped. They'd elongate a hole or do something. They would, and so there for a while, Briggs and Stratton was kind of having a problem with their 3.5, 4 horsepower motor, because they would like break after a year. And so they came up with a better solution. So now they last longer. But there was a time when, you had to buy a push mower at least every 2 years. It would not last more than 2 years. And there were people that had older lawnmowers that were still running, that were 10, 15 years old. And you bought a new mower, Briggs and Stratton, it only lasts 2 years and it won't run. So, but anyway, the product got better. The sales got better. The profit margin went up. The stockholders made money. So the whole thing worked out. So as Briggs and Stratton was working through this and everybody saw the results, then there were other companies who picked it up. And I worked for such a company. And as long as we made a good product and everything went out and our scrap was low, and it was between 5 and 7%. It depended on what we was working on, but it never got to 10%. So by doing so, we got a check every quarter because we were getting profit from the good parts that we made, and they were going out the door on time, all those good things. So we got a check every quarter. That's incentive. Now, yes, it's the almighty dollar, but the things that we made were important, that we made them. And it was important, as in any business, to make them correctly, to make them on time, to make them, to make a good product, but as cheap as possible. Meaning, because one of the things that can run you over is time. How much time you might have all the materials and they are consistent in cost, but how much time did it take you to make the product? Because then that comes down to employees. At some level, it's the employees. You got to put parts in, you got to load machines, you got to keep an eye on certain things. It boils down to the operator, which then also relates to the almighty dollar. So, but if the person doing the job, their incentive is, look, if you do a good job, we're going to pay you. Well, that's chasing the almighty dollar. But that chasing is important because they got families to feed. They're going to buy a new car, which they can't buy a new car if they don't have enough of that almighty dollar, So having worked with all these different people over the years, everybody's chasing the almighty dollar because they want to succeed in their lifetime. Now, some people are really ambitious and they want to become millionaires and all that, and some of them do. I know a guy that I went to Tampa Catholic with us, graduated with us, and he became, down in Miami, he became a CPA, a licensed certified public accountant. And last time I heard, he was like worth over $1 million in Miami because he had all these high value clients that came to him that needed his CPA business, and boom, and he flunked math. but he became a CPA. He went to college and learned and came out of his slump when he was in high school and became a millionaire. Another friend of ours, that I graduated with, he got into selling used airplanes, like 747 used airplanes. And his commission on one airplane was like $500,000. And he sold 2 airplanes in 1 year. So he made $1 million selling 2 used 747s to somebody because he knew the connections. $1 million. And he's like, he had everything he needed. And he was like, yeah, I got me a house, and yeah, I got me a this. But he was very nonchalant about the fact that he was a millionaire, and I'm like, you're kidding? Seriously? You sold that? Just said, well, what did you do? I said, well, I made $10,000 last year, busting my ass as a plumber digging trenches. It took me a whole year, but I made $10,000. And he's like, no offense, Dave, but I made that in like a couple of minutes. And I was like, yep. So depending on where you are and so he wasn't chasing the almighty dollar. He just knew somebody in the business back when he moved down towards, I think he lived around Miami area too. But that he just knew somebody had went to a bar and got dunked with a guy and over a couple of times it was like, hey, what do you do? Well, I work on, anything about airplanes, blah, 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 blah. Well, and Doug was always real outspoken, and he said, I could sell about anything. He said, well, I got a 747 that I need to sell, and there's a good profit margin on it. You want to? And so somebody gave him the opportunity to sell a 747, and he took him up on it. And the next thing you know, over a couple of years, he sold 2 or 3 airplanes every year for like 15 or it might have been our 10th anniversary or our 15th anniversary. I can't remember. It might have been the 10th. So for like 8 or 9 years, he'd been selling airplanes, 2, sometimes 3 a year, and making that kind of profit. That was the commission. He wasn't trying to gouge anybody. That was the commission for that airplane. And so he just paid the commission. But I'm like, you made $500,000 in 6 months. And I have yet to make $500,000 in my lifetime. So he wasn't necessarily chasing the cash. He was a used car salesman for 747s, So, okay, all right. I know somebody that he was working construction and putting up steel buildings and stuff. And he was working down in the yard, and they were, he was hooking up an I-beam, and the crane would take it up and, put it into place. Well, as he was doing that, someone on the other side of this pile of steel bumped it with like a forklift or something, and the whole pile of steel fell on him. And thank God it didn't take both of his legs out, but it cut, I believe it was his left leg, and chopped it off just around the knee. I think it was just below it, and crushed him. They rushed him to the hospital, and they had to take his leg off. Well, in doing so, they took his leg off, and, then because of insurance and everything, he's like, they wanted to fit him for a prosthetic as soon as possible, which they did. But in doing so, he met one of the salesmen for the company that sells, they got folks that make them, and then they got salesmen that sell these things, right? So he was selling these artificial limbs. And so talked with him, And before you knew it, because he had had his leg chopped off, and he was actually kind of sort of a guinea pig for the company. So they hired him to try their new products, to evaluate them. And so he went from sweating in the yard, putting up steel buildings at about $7 an hour, to making $100 an hour selling prosthetics and working with people and trying out their products. So he was making buku bunches of money safely, and even though he'd had his leg cut off. And so when I talked to him a couple of years later, he was like, "I'm doing great." He said, "No offense." He said, "That pile of steel that landed on me and crushed my leg was the best thing that ever happened to me." And I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" Because I didn't know. But then he started talking about the company and how it worked out, and he was a salesman now, and he worked with people and all this stuff. And I was like, wow. Because with his position, if somebody couldn't afford it, he could work it out so they could afford it, or he would just buy, or because he was this kind of guy, he would just give them something, you know. He would find, if somebody couldn't afford a prosthetic, he'd figure out a way to get one. That was just who he was. But in chasing the money, though, the money sort of caught up with them. They didn't, they wanted to find a good job, but I mean, he was working in steel, which is like, okay, I worked in steel, putting steel buildings up and stuff, and I almost got thrown off a building one time, hanging onto a piece of, one of those pieces of I-beam, and so I know about working that and how dangerous it can be, especially with some careless person on, like a crane operator or something, or some idiot on a forklift that don't know how to run it. I had a dream about running a forklift the other day. That's weird. I just brought that up. But anyway, but in lifetime, there are all these things that we're all going to die. Where there are so many businesses that make certain things, and all of them are chasing money because they want to pay for their house, they want to buy a decent vehicle, they want to be able to feed and clothe their family. So everybody is chasing the almighty dollar. But it's the people who chase the almighty dollar who are greedy. And one of the companies that made the Levi jeans, for example, every time the women could meet a certain, how many pieces can you do in an hour kind of thing, or how many pieces can you make at the end of the day, that every time these women, because I was married to one of them, actually I married Patricia and then was divorced, and then I married Sherry several years later, but they both worked for the same company as seamstresses. So they, I talked to both of them. And so, but every time they would make quota, a week later, they'd up the quota by 10. So then the women who had just learned how to make quota and to sew as many pieces and make the grade and everything, they'd up the quota. So by upping the quota, that meant the profit margin was still up there for the managers and the people in the business. So that crooked and nasty, and make it impossible for human beings to and making quota just means that you got a 15 cents more an hour, for that quota that you made. And, it's like, wait a minute, especially if you're consistent. So you're worth that 15 cents more, 15 whole cents an hour. And you're producing all of these Levi jeans. And they're going to give you a measly, and you're only making, dollar. Back then it was like $1.75, $2 an hour. So 15 cents more an hour barely got them over $2 an hour. So, this chasing money, what is the motivation? So the people doing the work were motivated to, make a decent living and feed. The people who were the managers, they were the ones that were into the money and put it in your pocket and screw everybody else underneath. And that's wrong. But we've got those kind of greedy people. I've met them, worked with them, cussed them out behind their backs, kind of thing, and Lord have mercy. But there are folks nowadays that, especially with how much money folks are making, there are people who are working in hamburger joints and stuff that are making $12 to $15 an hour. And for me, I was working in construction and was barely making $10 an hour, and worked my ass off and building houses and porches and stuff, and fixing roofs and and here's somebody who's flipping hamburgers that's making $15 an hour. Do they deserve it? Well, I don't know. But here's the thing, the companies have been making enough money off of their workers that to charge 5 cents more or 10 cents more for a burger over the long run, looking ahead, they can't afford to pay that person $12 to $15 an hour, because in a way they're sharing the profit. So some of these big CEOs and folks, even though they're chasing the almighty dollar, they have come to realize, and people are telling them, look, we have worked our ass off for you people, and you all have made a profit because we have worked our ass off. You need to pay us a living wage. And at $15 an hour, that's a good start. So chasing the money, though, but chasing the money, what is that going to do to society? Prices are going to go up on all products across the board. Period. Now, one of the things people are bitching about, well, this used to be $1, now it's $2. But the people who are making it and providing it are now getting $12 an hour instead of $7. So I would say, quit your bitching. This is the new world, whether it's in order or not. But most things are running pretty smoothly. There's in the stores, there are things on the shelves, around here at least. I don't go to Walmart or any of the big stores, but I'm assuming that if these little stores can get these products, then it must not be hard to get. So, but in this time of stuff, remember this. We're coming up on a 420. Remember this. Don't get mixed up in the chaos. Be the observer. And the answer to stuff in nature is to cling to a tree. There's several folks a bit like, go put your feet in the dirt, take your shoes off, and like, really? These types of things are being said by folks who just don't normally say them. Okay. So I think the new beginning is already here. I don't want to use the new world order, but there is a new world out there right now, because there are truth seekers and they're looking at all kinds of stuff, because all kinds of stuff affect them. And so this is a great time for things to be scrutinized. Scrutinization is going on full speed, full tempo. And people are starting to, red pill, blue pill, and woke or not woke, some of these woke people are going bat crap cray cray. And one of the things that is our job in this new future is we need to calm these people down. So, they told me years ago that, I was like, well, why am I still here? How come you say I'm going to outlast some of this stuff? How come and why? And they said, because you stay prepared more than other people do, and you live it as a pioneer. I am a new age pioneer. Um, collecting rainwater and doing this and that, and I want to plant a garden. Oh, by the chickens, Rob's going to give me chickens to put in my chicken house. I just need to be able to clear a path to get to the damn chicken place and clean it out, because there've been some stuff that got into the chicken house and I need to fix it up. And he goes, he said, look, he said, I got so many chickens. And he said, I got some eggs that he's in a brooder kind of thing. And he said, if you lose a chicken or two to a fox or to a hawk, he said, I got more. He said, I'll bring you, if you lose 2 or 3 chickens, he said, I'll bring you some more. And I said, well, that's not really good. If I can do a little maintenance to the chicken shed, nothing should get them. Because when I had it operating before, nothing got them until that fox got in there. And then the possum came in from the top and got some, and, but now I know how they were doing it. I can get in there and repair those things, and that won't happen. So, but anyway, I got chickens that's going to give to me, some Rhode Island Reds and some other mixes, so I can have eggs too. And between his farm and mine, he's got too many hens on his place, but he can share the hens with me. Now, I'm not going to kill him unless he wants some chickens or we get really hungry. But I'm going to feed him and care for him and get whatever eggs I can out of them, and then share the eggs. I can go back to eating egg type of stuff, which when I had my own fresh eggs, eating store-bought eggs is just not the same when you've had fresh eggs. So, but to get myself back on fresh eggs is going to save me money in the long run. And it's also, in my humble opinion, going to make me healthier again, to get me back on track. Because, I made quiche and I made different things with eggs and, so, and, and omelets and stuff, and all those things were good for me. And at that time, I was healthy too. So I want to go back to the chickens for the eggs. So, but there are people who can't do that. There are people who stuck in where they are. And I will continue to pray for them people because it's important. And I'm still willing to share. In fact, one of the things that we were talking about was if we do a garden and it does well, then we can share especially whatever we don't need. Every time I've had a garden, there's always been more than I could eat myself. And so it's like, well, here, have some fresh vegetables. Well, here, how about you want some of these? And I'll just give them to you. Well, I'll trade you with something I got over here. Okay. And that works out too. So it's not a written thing, but, for us folks in the country, we swap and trade and do and this and that, sometimes we work for folks and then they come over and help you. I mean, it interchanges. So, the conversation we had about growing a garden, I was like, well, I'm out back there, trees growing where my garden used to be. And I need to go out there and cut them trees down and use them for firewood. And then that means that the field gets opened again and I can go back to using it as a garden. So, there are things I can do here that have gotten out of hand the last few years with my back and heart attack and all. So with just a little bit of effort, can go back to that and can go back to gardening on a bigger scale. and hoping that, whatever we can plant, like you need a bunch of space to plant beans. And if you want beans and peas and stuff like that, you're going to have runs, you know. And if you want, like Kentucky, Wonders, something anyway, the string bean kind of thing, which are delicious. I love them to death, especially fresh. But they're a lot of work. I mean it. And you got to put up an A-frame, so many, like every 10 feet, and you got to string it, and then you got to connect all the beams to the strings and everything. It's very intensive. But if you like them Kentucky Wonder um, string bean type things, oh my God. I hate green beans out of a can, but I worked on a row of Kentucky Wonders that was 200 feet long, you know, and stringing them in every time, every night that I got off from work, I had to go work on the beans. Other things, the squash we had planted and other things didn't require near as much work. You just need to hoe around them a little bit, and keep the weeds from getting in them. But the the beans, the Kentucky Wonders, now some of the peas, like zipper peas, they grow straight up a bush, and so all you need to do is make sure that nothing's getting on them or whatever, and you hoe around them. Um, but when you come along to get the zipper peas, you can just about zip them off of the stem. But when it comes time to pick the Kentucky Wonders, because you've built this A-frame, because they need to be supported, so you've got strings coming from the ground up to the A-frame and strings coming up this way, and the vines are going up the strings. If you want to pick them, you got to get in there and lean in there and pick them beans. So green beans and certain beans, especially fresh, are very intensive to grow and to pick. So for those of you out there that are eating them green beans, like from a Chinese restaurant, that are fried up a little bit with some garlic and all, those are the ones I'm talking about. And those are the ones I absolutely love. But I'm here to tell you, they are difficult. They are difficult to grow and to maintain. So anytime you see them and you eat them, you thank the farmer that's out there growing them suckers. You know what I mean? Thank you to the farmer. Rice and beans and other stuff is big stuff, but like okra, I love my okra, but it's intensive. It's not intensive to grow, but it is intense. You have to cut the okra. You don't just pick it. You have to cut the okra. So you got to hang on to the okra and then cut it with a knife and put it in your back. But you have to wear long sleeve shirts and stuff, because there are little nettles on the end of the leaves of the okra that will sting your skin. And if you try to go down a row of okra and work on both sides, you're going to get stung and you're going to itch, and you're going to have to go home and scrub your arms. And it's very labor intensive. And about every 3 days, you need to go down. Well, depending on how many rows of okra that you plant, you got to be out there, and because they'll grow, they'll start out as a little bud about this big, and in a day they'll come out and be this big. And those are the ones you really want, the number ones, the grade A's. And then if they get a little longer, then they automatically go into number twos. So the longer okra it is, the price goes down. As far as how good it is and what it's going to be used for. But so the little ones about this long is like the prize ones. But anyway, so what's this got to do with the end of the world? Y'all need to learn how to grow stuff. Y'all need to learn how to tend to things. And if you're living in a city, find somebody in the country that you can co-farm with. Back in the day when the when the hippies went back to the country. Oh, no problem, Michelle. I do pray every day for everybody. I do. And I'm fixing to do this 420 and sign off with you. It'll be 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, we need to learn herbal medicine. And oh, by the way, speaking of herbal medicine, a couple of years ago when I went on my trip to Ohio, on the way back and on the way too, I picked up some mullein, right? And I brought it home, and it got sort of crushed, but not badly. And in our packing and everything. And by the time I got home and got it out and everything, but anyway, the one I had, there was some seeds on, and I had kind of thrown them out there in the yard. Well, that's been 2 years ago. But what happened then was one of them mulleins grew to, like, 4 foot tall with a spike on it. It was beautiful, right out there in the yard. So I go out there the other day and I spot something in the ground because I'm good at that sort of thing. What are the cats arguing about that out there? Guess what? There's this tiny little mullein plant growing out there in the general vicinity of where the big one was. Now, it's been 2 years ago. And if there are any seeds or whatever that came off of that plant that was out there 2 years ago, 2 years ago, and now there's this, and it's still growing. It's doing real well. I don't like where it's at in the yard, but I'm afraid to move it because in the past I've had 2 or 3 little ones come up and I've moved them and tried to grow them, and they didn't like it. Where the seed comes up is where it wants to grow. I mean, and I thought, but if I just move it 2 foot this way, I'd just move it a little closer to the house, and maybe while it's little I can. So I'm going to take my shovel and just take a little shovelful because it's little tiny and spread out about this big. But a mullein plant came up on its own, medicinal. Okay. And I found some mullein in the bathroom that I'd put up on some towels and stuff in there. And, and you can still smoke it. You can still make a tea with it, it's in a actually I found 2 of them. They're in plastic bags. So I took the whole mullein plant and basically, when it was fixing to go, I stripped it and took everything and put it in a plastic bag and sealed it up. But it was all dry, so it's been sealed up ever since I put it in there. But anyway, what this plant coming up, so the creator always does something. So you speaking about learning about medicinal after almost 3 years, and it might be 3 years since having a mullein plant out there in that general vicinity, here's one coming up on its own. Now, in my thinking the last few days after I found it, I was like, well, it's almost 420. Did Creator bring those seeds in? How long have those seeds been in the ground over there? If they're from the plant that was there, and they've been sitting in the ground all this time, just waiting for the right opportunity to grow. And here I am getting old, and it would be nice to have some fresh mullein, would maybe help with my kidneys, and, I can smoke it for my lungs, and who knows, maybe it would help with my heart, and, but after 3 years of no plant in the yard for a seed to come up on its own, Miracle? Special? It did it on its own. Did the creator do it? I didn't plant the seeds. It's 20. It's a real 420, and I'm glad to share it with any of you. So stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. As wealthy as you need to get by. Ooh, yummy, yummy. So we need to stay focused on those things that are important. Tomatoes slipped out of my neighbor's BLT, and a tomato plant propagated. That's cool. Those kinds of things are interesting, and I've had plants do that. When I was growing greens, I had left a couple collard plants grow on up and put some seeds at the top. They put a seed spike at the top, and just to see what would happen. And in the spring, or after the dead of winter, after the seed spike, there were greens that came up on their own. I planted potatoes in a row next to the greens, and I planted a half a row of one kind, and on the same row I planted a different kind of potato. And when I went and dug the potatoes up, I thought I had them all. So I go back out to the garden 6 months later. I think I talked about this several years ago. I went back out to the garden and was checking. I was going to plant some stuff, and there were taters in the ground. They didn't have anything sticking up out of the ground, but there were taters in the ground. And I was like, I know. I went through I don't have a plow to turn them up, but I was turning them up with my hands and using my hands and filtered them out, put the taters, filter over here, blah, 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 and I went down the aisle several times. But now, 6 months later, there are decent sized potatoes, this big around, that are just right to cook in a stew or something, right? You cut them in half and that's all you need, or brown them in the oven or whatever. So, but anyway, so I got a good size, several meals of potatoes, okay, that weren't supposed to be there, So I've had things like that happen in the garden, and collard greens that came up, and different other things that came up. And here's this mullein plant that ain't been nothing mulliny in that area for at least 3 years, and now there's a plant. Now that's a miracle. That's a miracle, but that's just got to be. So in this bag that I was looking at earlier, there may be a seed spike in this bag. And if so, I'm going to take it and find a place and strip some of those seeds and put them in the ground. Because if this one's coming up, then whatever the stars might be lining up, it might be lining up for Uncle Dave to have mullein on his property again as a medicinal plant. And I can't just talk about it. I can show it to somebody who visits or whatever, you know what I mean? So I can share the plant as well as the knowledge. So the fact that it's growing out there now, wow, I don't know what's coming up, but the spirit always seems to look forward. So I'm amazed that that plant is out there. It should not be there. I have put a stake so that nobody will bump into it or whatever. But there are bugs who love it. There are bugs who are already eating that plant. And I'm like, man, shoot. So I'm gonna have to find something to catch some little bugs to quit eating the plant. I know in nature, somebody say, well, there's whatever those bugs are, they need to eat too. Yeah, but not on my mullein. you know, not on my mullein. I've got something, depending on how high it gets. Um, it's a clear plastic top. It's like to cover a cake with, okay? And the bottom is gone, and I still have the plastic top. Well, I'm going to use it like a terrarium and put it over, if it gets too cold, I'm going to put this top over the mullein plant, and so it'll be covered for, if it gets too old, frosty thing. But anyway, but some of the mullein is a pretty hardy plant. We can get down into the 30s and not bother it at all because it's growed up in the mountains and stuff where it's common to get into the 30s. So, but it's got to be in the low 20s and stuff with snow and to really mess with the mullein plant. So the further north you go, but down here, it should be able to exist without any help unless it gets really freaking cold, which I doubt. I remember years ago it got down to 9 degrees. And I remember a time when it got to 11 degrees. I think it was like the next night. Um, that's cold. So I'm not wishing for it. I am wishing for a little colder weather longer so our fruit trees will bear. I know I keep repeating that, but I'm hoping if I tell the universe they'll give us enough cold days this year, Please give us enough cold days this year. All that cold weather that's just north of us just needs to sink a little further south. Ain't asking for much, It just needs to drift a little further south. Well, we went through a 420, an original 420 at 420 in the morning. So I thank you all for being who you are, and you got to keep the faith. Mullein is amazing, miracle plant, all it can do. Yeah, the tea is really good for you, especially it's good for your kidneys stuff. And you don't overdo it, but if to drink a little bit of it and it don't take much. If you drank mullein tea on a regular basis, you could drink up a whole plant in a month. So what's in the plastic bag in there, if I start pulling it out and making tea, that, it would be gone in no time. But if it's saved until it's really necessary, then you make the tea. If I had a bunch of mullein plants, that would be different. Now now you're mulling it over. That's a good one. Now, so there are some people, as it's spelled, they call it mullein. And there are some folks that don't know how to pronounce it at all. It's mullein. So that's like the shortcut. But the fancy folks, call it mullein. They pronounce it out the whole way. So, but hillbillies is mullein. It's the short. And my niece, my sister's youngest daughter, living up there in Appalachia, they had mullein growing all around the shop. I mean, literally, there's 1, 2, 3 over here. There's 1, 2, 3, and you went up the hill a little bit, and there's a big tall mullein, and then just over a little ways, there was like 4 of them close to the ditch. They had mullein all over the place on their place, and their place was maybe 2 acres, maybe more like an acre and a half with the house and the garage and everything. It might have been only an acre the way it was sitting, But so what? It's not a large place, but there was mullein all over the place. I just need to go back up there and visit my niece, and and just collect some that's around their house because they don't use it. They don't even know what it's for. So I go up there and visit with them, and have a good time, um, and maybe go fishing. Well, that's in Tennessee. I can still get a license, but there's some lakes up there, and it would be near where Brian's mother is. I could get in touch with Miss Brenda and maybe go have coffee with her. You know, that would be so cool. And if she could take me to where Brian's grave is, that would be that would be cool. To maybe I need to put that on my. I want to go north. I'd love to go back to Ohio and visit, my brothers and sisters before I get too old and they get too old, and they don't travel. You know, which is like a shame. Well, why don't you come? Well, we got busy over here. Well, my car, and well, my job, and well, this, and well, okay. And I don't fault them for it. But, for me, my sister, I made several trips to Ohio, in the last 20 years and make the effort. So if I'm the older brother, then I need to make the effort. Well, then, okay. It is what it is. So, but in life, uh, different people have different outlooks and so forth and motivations. So for me, my motivation is because I did not have the opportunity to spend time with them because of our separation and everything we went through. Um, that somehow I have this need to be around them and just talk with them and chat with them and maybe go fishing or whatever it is. And so, and I know my brother Andy, we talked the other day, sort of by accident, but the other day. And what does that say? What? Verbascum thaspis? Oh, contradictions for kidney disease, actually. Contraindications. Well, when my kidneys would bother me way back when, I went to a a medicine shop store that did all kinds of herbs and oils and tinctures and stuff. And I found me, I still have the bottle. I saved it, little bottle and eyedropper, and it was a tincture. Well, a tincture has alcohol, and this didn't. It was just basically an oil. But I bought it, read the directions, like 3 drops 3 times a day. And within a month, my kidney issues went away. Now, I still have cysts on my kidneys because they've x-rayed them and all that kind of good stuff. And they're there. And the next time I see the kidney doctor, we need to have a talk, you know. Oh, is that what it is? AKA Mullen? I want to get out my book and go through it and talk about some different herbs. Because here's the thing: there are people who talk about doing dandelion tea and dandelion wine and dandelion this and that. Do you know how much effort it takes and how many dandelions it takes to have a dandelion tea? So there are a lot of us who can't get enough of it. There is little patches of dandelion. There are little patches of this or that. Now, I haven't been to Kansas and places out there, and we have some different types of. It's a sorrel, a sheep sorrel that comes up in this time of year when they put the land to bed. for the winter after they've done the cotton or whatever, the peanuts or whatever. They go in and till it up and let it sit, right? Let it rest. Well, in that, for those folks who don't plant rye or whatever, um, in that there's, you know, you'll see all these plants come up, and at certain times of the day, they're because of the hue of what the plants are, these little sheep sorrels, it'll be like a purple that goes all the way across the fields, and it's a sheep sorrel, and it'll come up, and it's sweet when it's young, and then you can eat too much of it, but it's all over the place. It doesn't have much of a value, but if you're starving to death, you can take it and eat it as a green. So and I'm thinking of this one field that I saw that was at least 10 acres. So there's 10 acres of wild plants for the harvesting. If anybody knew what to do with it, you know. So there are things available that Mother Earth provides. I mean, that mullein plant out there should not be there. It should not. But I can understand it not very near where it is was a big tall one that had seeds on it. And but it took it 3 years to germinate. So in that 3 years time, in my head, the creator said, not yet. And the seeds down there in the ground going, come on, let me go. And, the universe is saying, not yet, little seed. You got to wait just a little longer. And the seed's just down there in the ground, just wiggling around and whatever, and has not been eaten or trampled or whatever. It's still a seed. And now all of a sudden the creator says, go, go. Hey, Katniss, how you doing? So here's this tiny little mullein. I mean, it's really, right now it's really flat to the ground. So it's not very tall, but there are several leaves on it. And it is getting bigger. It is growing because it's got a new little pod on it with leaves that have come out. So it is growing slowly, but it's wintertime. But, as we came across the winter solstice, now our path is coming into spring and summer. Whether we like it or not, the last day of fall for the winter solstice, but now we're actually beginning spring right now. There are plants out there that are starting to come out every year. I call them broadleaves. Every year they come out about this time of year, like collard greens, and they come up in the field all over the place. And then, but when as the season comes along in a couple of months, they'll just disappear. The grasses will come up, and it's a cycle every year that the field and the area around here go through. So it's a normal cycle, and if you watch it, and pay attention to it. So this year I'm gonna, I have everything I need, you know, and one of the things is, do I need to have a garden? The answer is no, because at the moment I have everything I need. But if the shit hit the fan, well, that would be different, right? I would need to have some. I would love to have some fresh squash. Of three different kinds. The butternut squash is great when you put a little sugar and a dash of cinnamon in it. You cut it and fix it up and put it in the oven and cook it with some butter. Oh my God, it's delicious. And I love, um, zucchini. It's a squash and it grows really well. And zucchini is like yum, yum. So are you doing all right, Miss Katniss? Hope so. Happy New Year to you. I don't know if I said Happy New Year to many stuff. Mullein is one of my favorite herbs. Cool beans. Yeah, and Katniss, to catch you up real quick, it's been at least 3 years since I've had a mullein plant in the yard. And out in my yard, in the neighborhood of where the last mullein plant came up on its own, by the way, is this tiny little mullein plant that's come up. And it's been at least 3 years since the mullein was there. And I'm not sure, I think it went to seed. So for 3 years, the seed has been sitting out there in the yard waiting to sprout. Now, if that ain't a miracle, you know, and the creator's saying, well, not telling the seed, that's what I was just saying. It's been telling the seed, not yet, buddy, not yet. And the seed's like, oh, come on, man. Or it's a lazy seed. You know, it's laying down there, man, I don't want to freaking grow. Screw it. I want to be a seed. I'm a seed now and I will forever be a seed. And the creator been yakking at it, you know, it's like a teenager in the basement, you know. Come on, Junior, go get a damn job. Nah, I'm doing fine. I'm playing video games on here, you know. So that seed's been playing video games, sort of, waiting around, yeah. And then something happens, and the kid in the basement, come on now, you need to grow up. Oh, come on, quit bothering me. Come on now, seed, grow up. And then all of a sudden he goes, wait a minute, I just feel the need to sprout. So now this would be a good story to tell, wouldn't it? And now the seed decides to, wait a minute, I have this urge to sprout. The universe, maybe it's time. I saw the stars align. Hey, Pops, I'm going to go outside and find a place and maybe take root. All right, son, we've been hoping that you'd grow up one day. And the mullein seed wiggles its way out of the basement and finds this nice little place where it's comfortable. And all of a sudden, the magic starts to happen. And the seed says to himself, I'm going to grow up big and tall. And little tendrils start coming out of the seed, and a plant starts to develop. And now the seed says, wow, I'm becoming a plant. Being a seed was like kind of cool, but now I'm a plant. Wow, what a deal. It's a little cold outside. Well, creators tells this mullein plant, you started a little early, son, but you can make it down here. You started a little early, but the mullein plant waited until after the winter solstice. Okay, which is interesting. You know, there are several plants that I just mentioned that I call broadleaves. This year, I'll try to see if I can mention what their names are. And some of them might actually be edible, or they might, you know, I can take a picture of them now with the camera and tell it to go look for what it is, and I can get a better answer than trying to look through all my books, which I've done over the years, and I still haven't been able to, you know, all I do is call them broadleaves. But anyway, they have a white sap in them when you break them, especially when they get bigger. But so all this time that seed's been down there in the ground, and now it's turned into a mullein plant. So it's just interesting that it's been years. Now, if I had dug up or not paid attention to it, I could have walked right on it. What do you feel the need? The need to seed. Yep, there you go. Meadowsweet is another I can't recommend enough. Wait, you should change that I can remain. I can't. The word can't in that sentence is a negative. I'm just pointing it out. I'm not picking on you, but that's a really good example of where a negative is used where it shouldn't be. I can't recommend enough. Hey, Sheila, how you doing? So the can't needs to be a positive can. I can recommend enough. It's also where aspirin derived from. Well, the Indians in the old days, you needed river willow, and I think it was in the bark. Happy New Year, Miss Sheila. Hey, Sheila, my motor showed up for my motorboat. Yeah, I think it was willow bark. Now, I need to check because there's some trees that are down along the river. More south of here than north of here, but it does grow in different areas. I don't know if it's some kind of river something. It'll grow up the bank so far, but you don't find it far from the river. Indeed, meadow sweet has broader efficacy and is kinder on the stomach. Yep. I'll have to look that up and see if it grows around here at all. Meadow sweet. Look, next time if I'm on any other time and you see me, remind me of that, will you? And say, hey, did you find any meadow sweet? Meadow sweet, meadow sweet, meadow sweet. Okay, hypnotize myself. Remember meadow sweet. It's a long word, meadow sweet. I've been able to remember things over the years by looking at the word in the chat. I could tell you what page it was on. Oh, the battery's running out on the phone. But I've been on here for almost 4 hours, and it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. So look for cleavers too. Lymph cleansing, like Beetlejuice. If you need aspirin, weeping willows have it just chew tender branches. Yep, I've got several medicinal books, but looking at these pictures are just, it doesn't work. And I've got some with beautiful colored pictures, but they take the picture of the plant at a certain stage. And if you don't find the plant that you're looking for at that stage, you might not recognize it. So it's like, what? So hopefully this year, now motorboat motor, and I can go on more adventures, it will it will give me more area to look for stuff, if you know what I mean. And so I have done it in the kayak, but like I said, the kayak is very restrictive. So I ain't giving up kayaking now. Don't get me wrong. If somebody will go with me, I'll be there in a heartbeat and might go paddling anyway, especially now that the river's back up. And I've paddled the little river above the dam at Reed Bingham, and I need to go back there. That's a really pretty places. In fact, it reminds me of the Hillsborough River down in Florida, around Tampa, where I grew up. And Hillsborough River goes right through Tampa. But anyway, makes it a port city. But God dog it, meadow sweet. Oh crap. Meadow sweet. Okay. Meadow sweet. A meadow, I can see a meadow, and there's something in the meadow that's sweet. Meadow sweet. Meadow sweet. When I get off of here, I'll look it up, so I will at least make a note of it. Cleavers. I got cleavers, by the way, for chopping shit up. But anyway, so in this, every time I do a video like this, I'm always talking about staying the positive, and these folks that are saying that we're all going to die, some of us are going to die. It's inevitable. Hopefully it's not you and me. And the only way it's not going to be you and me is for us to be prepared. And one of the ways to be prepared is to observe what's around us. If you're in an area that's a potential danger to you, figure out how you may not be able to move away from it, but figure out how, if it got to be a problem, how you can avoid being in the middle of it. Try to look into the future and set yourself up a plan. For example, if the river comes up too high and it floods certain streets or certain places, you learn a different route to get to where you need to go. Because years ago it flooded so bad they had several bridges closed. So you had to really go out of your way to find a bridge across the river that hadn't been closed. And they almost closed the bridge here at Lower Meigs Road, just up, half a mile here from the house. And the water was touching the bottom of the bridge. You could reach over and pat the water. And I was like, wow, this is really high. And it hasn't been that high since that time. So, but anyway, I'll put them in the comments of this video. Okay, thank you. But so anyway, I was thinking about this the other day, and it's interesting that you brought it up. This battery is going to die here in a minute. And I can't plug the thing in because it's sitting on where the hole is. So, and it's been 2 hours, and I need to get off here anyway. I love you all, I do. Keep up the good work. But I need to go through the books and look at certain things and say, what really is beneficial to you? There are things, well, it'll clear up this and that and this and that. But, is that really beneficial? Because it'll list things and you go, well, how many people get that? How many people need to take this medicine? So all of these plants that are medicinal, as I've looked at them over the years, when you look at the book at what it's good for, is any of it on the list of what most people get? And the answer is no. So you've got all these medicinal plants that are supposed to be good for a certain ailment, and you can't use it. Because why? The people or you don't have that ailment. So I want to find some plants that when people have an ailment, that you can find a plant that's actually beneficial for you. It's not a book full of plants that have benefits, and there's nothing wrong with that, but nobody has those symptoms. Nobody has those diseases. So effectively, those plants aren't of any use to us. They're very specific about what the plant is good for. So, but anyway, it'd be nice to just have a book of just those instead of all this other stuff that's like, when's anybody going to get this? When's anybody ever going to get that? Come on, let's get to something somebody's really got a problem with, So I have an online copy of the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies. Would you like me to send it to you? Yeah, absolutely. It's a PDF file. You know my email address? Because that would be the best way to send it to me. Okay. Barry, do me a favor and type my okay. You ready? Lowercase DWNULL. It's DW Null 52, the year I was born, at gmail.com. So it's real easy. It's not complicated. DW Null 52 at gmail.com. And I would love it. And in the header, hi, it's Katniss kind of thing. So I'll know, you know, to look for your email. And I love you for it. Thank you. It'd be cool to have it because I know it just seems like I'm bringing this up, but I got a bunch of books over there, right there on that bookshelf that I keep looking at because the TV's just above it. And I was looking at that the other day. Yeah, there you go, Barry. Thank you. But so yeah, if you send them to my phone, I wouldn't know what to do with them. But I'd have to send it to myself, I guess. But to do the comparison of what's in some of these books, and I've got some old books and different kinds of books on medicines and remedies and things, and so I have quite a collection myself. I don't know if I have what you're going to send me, but that would be cool to be able to reference along with these other ones. So if I look up um, I can't think of it. If I look up dandelion in this book, can I look up dandelion in another book and compare what they say? It's good for this and this and this and this. All right, no worries, no hurries, but thank you. Whenever it's convenient for you to send it, I would love it. And some of these I need to collect. There have been some herbs, and it's like, it would be a good way to get me out of my chair, because y'all know it's been difficult for me to walk since before my operation, but it's been really difficult these last 9 months. And, I'll be coming up on the year's anniversary of my surgery, and I'm still humped over and having trouble. So going out and looking for plants to take a picture of and identify, and with all the books that I have to cross reference, that's a job I need to do. And my spirits have been poking me, So the fact that we're having this conversation at 5 a.m, my time, is an interesting synchronicity. And you're going to send me a book. So that just works in with the plans that they've got. Something in the future, I don't know, but this is forward looking for my folks. And it was forward looking already on my part, thinking, I really need to do this. So that's all real interesting how that is all kind of tying together on us by itself. So it's almost 4 hours. Yep, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to shut her down and tell you that I appreciate every single one of you. And I may not call you out by name in my prayers, but I do an all-inclusive. Anybody that's in my chat rooms, anybody that is a subscriber, I'm sending my prayers out to all of you. And so, and some of you come up by name, and some of you don't, and some of you, sometimes all of your names come up, and I have to go through a long list. And I love every minute of it because it ties us to the universe. And thinking about the quantum, and thinking about the great mystery through Native American things, the great mystery, and that we're all connected all the time is just, to me, just more amazing, you know, in that, my thoughts, hopefully, and I got to believe this, my thoughts and prayers are going to you into the quantum, and that it's getting to you, you know. So I have the faith and I do believe, but the results are not necessarily in. But from having you all come up in the chat room and so forth gives me the faith to believe that the prayers are getting through. So keep up the good work for what you're doing, and my job is to keep up the good work and to keep showing you stuff. As long as I'm still breathing, I'm gonna try to bring stuff to you. So we're not all gonna die, just some of us, and we need to be prepared for stuff, and maybe knowing about certain plants. If they try to give us some time of a pandemic again, we'll be able to do certain things and we can survive it. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Chloe. Meadows Sweet. How about that? All right. Until next time, my friends, it's 4:01 a.m. Until next time, my friends, keep it between the ditches. Stay out of them ditches. Stay on that red road, even though it might get muddy. So say thank you to the Creator every day, and say thank you for the blessings that you already have. Be thankful for what you have every day. And it doesn't take but a minute to say so. And I mean, a minute. You can say it in a minute. I am grateful to the universe for what I have. And I'm grateful for what I'll have tomorrow and the next day. And I appreciate the spirits guiding me on my life's journey. How long did that take? So that's all it takes. And do it with good intent. Thank you. I appreciate what I have. And if you're working on something for the future, like I want to plant a garden, my prayer says, and please help me for future plans with the garden. Because then I can feed other people and have other things, and I'll have a garden again, because that was fun. And I'm going to work on the chicken pen, so I'll have chickens again. And that'll just be fun, to go back into doing that again. So being productive, at 71, I'm still looking for ways to be productive instead of sitting in this chair and letting the years go by. I know too many people who are just staring out the window, and I'm like, get your ass up and do something. Well, there's always an excuse. And I was falling into that same rut myself because the pain, it hurts so bad. Well, I got some absorbing junior pads to go on my back. I went out with my brace on today, and we went to the store and took care of business, and so, but, regardless of pain or my mobility, it's up to me to try to work through it. So, that's a good New Year's resolution. But the big thing is don't give up. So, oh, I'm going to die. The pain is so bad. I'm never going to get over it. My prayers are, son of a gun, this is taking longer than I had hoped for. And to the universe, I ask, if it's taken this long to heal, okay, there must be a reason, because, I was operated on twice in 1 week. And so it wasn't once, it was twice, that opened up that 9-inch incision in my back and sprayed me out. So I think it really messed with my chakra system. And I need to work more on trying to restore my chakras. And I'm not paying enough attention to it. And I should be. So that's on my list of we need to do. Uncle Dave needs to, pay attention to some of this stuff himself. Because if I'm not healed, I can't heal others. I can't walk around and look for different types of plants. And I've got, a whole area over here that I can go and look through. There's 25 acres right next to me over here. And not counting, the Miss Sheila's property on this side of me. I've got permission on a couple other places to go walking. And there are different varieties. One's on the hill that goes down the hill, and there are different things that grow at different latitudes on the hill. So I've got different areas that I can go and walk. But if I can't walk far, then that just sucks. And so I got to do it, got to go looking for plants, got to be more active, got to get the exercise, got to keep moving, got to keep looking forward, So for those of you out there who are probably younger than me, figure out a way, and if your day is so full you don't have anything, then God bless you, I don't have time for this. Well, one of the things is that on certain things you may have to stop and look and go, maybe there's too many things, and maybe it's driving me crazy, and maybe I should, drop one or two of these things to regain my sanity. Okay, and you should really consider that. If I'm thinking of a couple of times when I was overloaded and I had to come to a decision. Listen, you just can't do all of this. I know you said you can, but you can't, because there were other things in my life that were suffering because I kept putting out energy in these different projects and I had no time for my own. And I'm really kind of suffering for it now because I have piles of wood that I should have taken care of years ago, but I got so busy with things that I never got to my piles of wood. And some of it is some good oak tongue and groove. And I don't know if any of it's still good, but if it is, it polishes up real nice. But anyway, I love you all and thank you for being who you are. And just ask the universe to help you along if you need it. So blessings to you all. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. Now, I was talking with a friend of mine the other day, and I said, we read a part out of one of my books, and it says, and to all of our relations. And then it explained what all our relations means. It means our relationship to the animals. It means our relationship to the plants, to the rocks, to the trees, to the rivers, to the oceans, all of our relations. So I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And in reading this thing about, what did I just say? That our connection to the universe, is always all of our relations. So when you say your prayers and you give thanks to the universe, all of your relations is your relationships to nature, to all of it, to the trees, to the plants, to the earth, to all of it, to the skies, to the planets, to the stars, to the cosmic energy. We are all related and we are all part of it. And I continue to pray. This is number 3. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Believe that you are connected. Believe that you are a part of the universe. Believe that your spirit has a function in the universe. You'll figure it out. So, y'all rest well. Blessings to you. Happy New Year again. I'm looking forward to this year. I think there's going to be some ugliness, but the ugliness has to happen so that the brightness can come. I know that might sound silly, but I don't wish harm on anyone. But some folks are going to get harmed. It's just sort of written in the rules. If you don't get out of the way of the bulldozer and you get crushed by the bulldozer, it's not the bulldozer's fault. It's your dumbass that won't get away from the bulldozer. So some of these, there you go, Miss Chloe. So some of these things that are going to happen, there are going to be people who are going to be my battery's going to die here in a minute. There are going to be people who are so hard-headed that they're going to be, what the problem is going to be like standing in front of a bulldozer. And they're going to be so hard-headed that they're just going to get run over. And it's inevitable because these people are dumbasses. All right, dumbass, quit being so hard-headed. But they're so hard-headed for whatever reason they are now, mind you. But they're hard-headed, and guess what? They're going to get run over by the bulldozer. But everybody's going to try to blame it on the bulldozer. Okay, it's the bulldozer's fault. No, it ain't. It's the dumbass that wouldn't move. But the bulldozer should have known better. Really? The dumbass that wouldn't get out of the way is the one, because bulldozers don't go real fast. So even a semi-crippled person, I could get out of the way of a bulldozer, but blame it on the bulldozer? That's what's going to happen. So, but there are changes that are already in the process, all across the board. Things that I've talked about, along today. Need to charge your phone. Yeah. Bad weather headed our way. Yep, I know. And if you need something, Sheila, let me know, okay? I just went to the store and bought up a bunch of stuff. And unless the storm does something to the house, I'm good. If the lights go out or whatever, I got this little thing here that's giving me light. I've got candles right over here and all kinds of stuff. And I have a generator if I need it out in the shed. I need to mix some gas for it, but anyway, so blessings to y'all. And if you're got bad weather coming in like we do, hunker down, get ready. Don't be scared, but be prepared. So until next time, be good to yourself and maybe treat yourself to a box of chocolates like I did tonight. I'm gonna go find that box of chocolates here in a minute. Give me something to drink. So I love you, and until next time, please be safe. Is that the one? Yeah. You want to stop streaming? Okay. Love you all. Bye bye. Rest